Judge Armstrong,
Here.
Judge Lewis,
Here.
District Attorney Woodbury,
Here.
Sheriff Furlong,
Here.
City Manager Paulson.
Here.
A quorum's present.
Thank you. Good morning. This is a meeting of the screening panel to make a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors on candidates for the Chief of Alternative Sentencing position. I believe we'll start with public comment if there's any.
We do not have any callers for public comment at this time.
Thank you. In your packets, in your binders, you will find some public comment that was submitted on behalf of Justin Reba by Michael Marsteller, Jeff Scott, and Uriel Colazo. That was the public comment that was received prior to the start of this meeting. It should be in the back of your binder. In the front of your binder, you will find a set of interview questions along with a ranking sheet. That sheet is there just to assist you as you go through the interviews today. In addition, I want to remind you that in your binder, you have the job description. In addition to meeting the requirements of the job description, the applicants must show that they have 5 years of experience with an increasing level of responsibility in law enforcement, corrections, or supervision of persons on probation or parole. So please remember that because that is required by state law. Also in the packet, you will have sheets for each individual applicant that you interviewed today. Feel free to write on those sheets and take notes. However, remember that if you take any notes, those notes will remain with HR as part of the recruitment for a period of time in accordance with the state law retention period. Your first order of business is to elect a chair.
I nominate Judge Russell to be the chair of this commission. I second it.
Do you have any discussion on that motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Judge Russell, you're in charge now.
Thank you.
And I will hand it over to you. Your first applicant is Timothy Guthrie. Just let me know.
Is everybody prepared and ready to go?
Chair, are we going to assign questions for?
Yes, good question. I'm going to go ahead and assign the following questions to the following individuals. Question 1 will be Sheriff Furlong. Question 2 will be Judge Russell. Question 3 will be Judge Armstrong. Question 4 will be Judge Lewis. Question 5 will be Jason Woodbury. Question 6 will be Judge Russell. Question 7 will be Judge Armstrong. Question 8 will be Judge Lewis. Question 9 will be Jason Woodbury. Question 10 will be Sheriff Furlong. And question 11, I'll just finish that up too. Any objection to that?
What about the city manager?
Oh. Would you like to ask a question?
I'm fine.
We'll give you, I'll tell you what, we'll give you number 11.
Okay.
I apologize. And any other one you want. Why don't we go ahead and bring the first applicant in? Thank you. Good morning. This is Chief Timothy Guthrie, correct?
Yes, sir.
Good morning.
Chief, interim chief, yeah.
Interim
I
chief.
asked him anything, so.
First of all, we'll go ahead, and you know the panel pretty much in respect to that, but we'll have all of them introduce themselves just for the record.
Sheriff Furlong with the Sheriff's Office.
Tom Armstrong, Carson City Justice of the Peace, Department 1.
Kristen Lewis, Justice of the Peace, Department 2.
Good morning. Jason Woodbury, District Attorney.
Nancy Paulson, City Manager.
And I'm Judge Russell. So welcome, first of all, welcome to the panel. And again, it's always kind of a nervous factor in regards to being interviewing. Everybody's kind of gets excited and gets a little nervous in that. But first of all, thank you for applying. We appreciate and also appreciate your service to date for the city in respect to this matter. So Sheriff Furlong, you ready?
Yes, all ready. Thank you, Mr. Guthrie. The first question is, what do you see as the role of alternative sentencing in the court system? When answering this question, please provide your philosophy and goals of pretrial and post-sentencing supervision.
I look at the role of alternative sentencing. We supervise individuals deemed by the courts that are clients that are sure that are deemed eligible for supervision. That was created under the NRS 211 for alternative sentencing to include probation, pretrial, suspended sentence, bail, court monitored, and we also participate in the diversion programs. That's just part of what we do. Alternative sentencing has evolved into, again, with the specialty courts, whether that's misdemeanor treatment court, mental health court, the DUI diversion program. Our officers, though probably under NRS were tasked with the enforcement side of it, they become much more than that. They do counseling. They do a little bit of everything, enforcement, counseling. They participate in the team concept in the specialty courts. So it's not just the enforcement side. The philosophy that I entered into alternative sentencing was I came with an enforcement background. That was for 25 years of enforcement side as a police officer. Early on in that, I actually had a conversation with Judge Armstrong. He called me into his office a couple of months into it, and I don't know if he remembers this, but I definitely do. He asked to speak with me, and I was a little bit nervous. I was like, oh, you know what? You know, what's going on? I came into Judge Armstrong's office. He said, Tim, I want you to know we think you're doing a very good job. I said, hey, thank you, Judge. Appreciate that. But he broke down the other side of the enforcement, the counseling side, alternatives instead of putting somebody, incarcerating them, maybe, and realizing that I had the authority to put people on color code testing, adding additional, in lieu of incarceration, supervising them with maybe getting them to other counseling, other avenues other than just strict incarceration. That was my first actual explanation, other than the incarceration, to keeping people out of custody. On top of it, it helps our community, it helps you. But the benefits of staying out of custody outweigh being incarcerated, so they have a higher success rate of being out of custody. So anything we can do to keep individuals out of custody, that's how I look at alternative sentencing. It's a way to try to keep people out of custody to help ensure their success, or at least give them the opportunity to be more successful in the program. Taking somebody to jail is part of our job. It's not the funnest part of the job. I can guarantee you that, sir. But the benefits, as I've looked more into the alternative sentencing and what is successful for individuals, trying to supervise individuals out of custody outweighs taking them directly into custody.
Any follow-up questions? Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
My question's the next one. This position requires at least 5 years of experience with an increasing level of responsibility in the field of law enforcement, corrections, or supervision of persons on probation or parole. Please give us a brief summary of your professional work experience. When answering this question, please provide any specific details on your supervising responsibilities, employees, including hiring, firing, discipline. In other words, have you really been a true supervisor of anybody and supervised them in that capacity?
Yes, sir. I started out in 1990 as a corrections officer in Las Vegas. I tested to became a field training officer in corrections, became a senior corrections officer, got involved in, I was a safety officer for the city of Las Vegas. Became involved as a mentor, a counselor in a program down in Las Vegas called the Tough Love Program for troubled teens. Individuals, young adults and young teens that for one reason or another got involved in the criminal justice system for infractions, violations of law. Shortly after that, I tested for patrol, became a patrol officer, field training officer, and an acting shift supervisor on multiple occasions when my sergeant was not present. So that was my first experience in supervising other officers. After that, I tested for the state of Nevada, became a investigator, tested promoted to a lead investigator, tested and promoted shortly thereafter and became a senior investigator. I also became a certified background investigator in that position. And that's where I directly supervised sworn officers and had a secondary responsibility of supervising civilian staff that worked in doing licensing, business licensing, issuing privileged licenses for that state agency that I was involved in. My wife and I decided to move to Northern Nevada, and I was hired by Story County Sheriff's Department. 2 months into that, I became a training officer for Story County. At 6 months, I tested and was promoted to the rank of corporal. At 1 year, I tested and promoted to the rank of sergeant. And I was tasked with being, on top of the supervising shifts, we would supervise, again, office personnel, civilian staff doing, again, licensing, issuing CCW permits, privilege licenses for the brothels in Story County. But I also was put in charge of our field training program. So I wasn't quite up to standards, so I got our department up to standards. I also was heavily involved in our agency training division, separate from field training, heavily involved in the training of our members of our department, sworn staff. And then the civilian side of it, I apologize, adding that we also would supervise our communications center when their supervisor wasn't there, civilian supervisor. And that generally that civilian supervisor was there during the daytime. So it was an after hours or weekend site where you would supervise communications division up at Story County. I tested for the position of alternative sentencing assistant chief. I was hired in 2015 in that capacity. There I directly supervise, we have 19 sworn officers to include our security staff. I have 4 full-time DAS officers, 2 bailiffs, 3 marshals. I supervise a civilian office manager, a case manager. I do not have direct supervision over the technicians that work in the office, but I have I don't directly supervise her, but I am a supervisor when it gets to the level of me, above their direct supervisor. Currently in my position as interim chief, I have full responsibility over, I apologize, we also have a lab technician that I supervise as well, so that does our lab testing within the department. I have direct responsibility in the overall supervision, a total of 24 people in our agency. That's civilian and sworn staff. One of our sworn officers actually is tasked with going to the city departments, collecting the monies that are collected by those departments, and then going to the designated bank to do the deposits, and we assist with inter-office mail. So DAS is a little bit more than just the supervision of individuals. We've kind of evolved into, we do a little bit of everything.
Were you involved in hiring any of these people?
I apologize. Yes, sir. I've been involved at DAS, I've been involved early on in 2 hiring panels. At Story County, I was involved in 1 hiring panel where we decided which questions were going to be asked, dealing with HR, get approval. So we've had to, judge individuals' qualifications, give a rank score. And as a matter of fact, I apologize. I just last week participated in the hiring panel for the Marshal of Juvenile at the Juvenile Courts with Special Master O'Casey. I was part of a panel for that hiring process as well.
You ever had to go through any disciplinary process with any employees?
I have, up to and including termination under, as the Assistant Chief of Alternative Sentencing. I will tell you this, those of you, and probably many of you that have had to terminate somebody, that was probably one of the worst parts of my career. You're taking somebody's livelihood away from them. But there was justification for that termination. But that was a low point in my career. I apologize, so.
And just kind of a little follow-up. I looked at your education to some extent. You've got like 4 years of college,
Yes,
give or
sir.
take. We just never quite got a degree. Is that correct?
That is correct. Life happened to Tim Guthrie. I don't have an excuse other than that. I can tell you it is not because of laziness. I'm not going to blame it on my 3 kids. I'm not going to blame it on my ex-wife. Life happened. But I've made the best of what I have, that I've accomplished in my education part, but life did happen to me, so.
Judge Armstrong?
Please describe your, good morning.
Good morning.
Please describe your experience developing and administering courthouse security.
Well, I oversee the, our scheduling of our security within the courthouse, of our officers. And they are retired officers that work in a part-time capacity, so they are limited by hours. They are limited by the amount of money they can make, so you have to watch their hours, how much money they've made in the year, and coordinate that with the budget process to ensure that we have adequate coverage. And as many of you know, it is understaffed. We strive to keep 2 people a minimum at the door. There are times when there is one, and that's just being honest with you. Nancy, I'm sorry, but I'm probably going to need more bodies. But that's just the reality of that. But along with the courthouse, the facility security, we are tasked with the security of the judges, the personnel in the courthouse, as well as the citizens that come to the courthouse. We're responsible for that. We have an extensive safety manual with all of our protocols, delineating what needs to be done in the event of certain events. Most recent event was the January 6th event that we helped supplement the sheriff's office on, and I developed an internal operation plans just for the specificity of the intel that that Carson City had received for the courthouse, to include for the judges, the citizens. We looked at alternative evacuation points within the courthouse. I actually spoke with Sheriff Furlong, and he actually recommended this is getting a little specific on it, but an evacuation through the jails that are used for inmate transportation through the courthouse as an alternative route if it got to that point. We are currently in the process of getting a safety committee meeting scheduled. I believe that's on the 25th of February. I've been doing some research on different non-lethal weapons that would be more beneficial within the courthouse as versus to have to go to get away from just a lethal option if we don't need it. So I'm getting bids for different items to present for the courthouse and at this safety meeting. I'm just trying to look at options. I've reached out to members of the sheriff's office to include the undersheriff and assistant sheriff, looking at getting input from them as well to see how much not better, but maybe more efficient we can do in our safety program. Last year, we had, Chief Fletcher and I had a part-time officer who was a retired federal court marshal in Reno that was tasked with the safety of their facility, and he came in to do an intensive, very in-depth breakdown of where he saw things could be improved, what was working, what we needed that maybe we didn't have. It was very in-depth, and that was recently sent out, I believe, through Max and through the members of the safety committee as well. So there's some items that we can probably improve on, that we should improve on. There are items that budgetarily will be constrained from implementing some of those. So we're just trying to work with all of our partners to come up with the most effective plan. We have an effective plan, but we can always do better.
Lewis?
Good morning.
Good morning.
So my question is, describe your experience developing and administering a budget. And in answering this question, please give details to me on the budget size and process used. And then I have a couple follow-up questions.
Sure. My budget experience up to actually this year has been relatively limited. In Story County, I was an advisor on our budget where I assisted with our fleet program, as well as in alternative sensing, where that's where I kind of got my first little bit of knowledge of the process of doing budgets and going through state purchasing, looking at fleet. We were looking at fleet purchases. It's not the easiest thing. Tad Fletcher, the prior chief, I worked for him at Story County. He showed me what the state purchase was for vehicles. I reached out to a personal friend of mine, Tim Milligan of Capital Ford, asked him if he could beat these prices. He was able to beat the prices by a few $100s, both at Story County and here. We presented that in Story County and here. Unfortunately, the city, our department, and Story County went with Chevys versus Ford, so it didn't work out that way. But it was to help out on that budget process. My direct experience involves this current budget cycle that we're going through right now. Chief Fletcher, over my 5 years of being with the department, did the best he could in giving me some training, but I'll be honest with you, the way the schedules works with his and mine, there was not a lot of time for that part of the learning of the budget, but he left us in pretty good shape. He and I discussed our capital needs projects, so I finished those off, and finance was able to, when they put out the email, say that, hey, we're ready for your capital projects. I got that in before the required date. We have 3 capital projects to put in there. And it's my understanding through Sherry Russell that the base budgets are getting ready to come out here in the next week or so. And then they're going to give us I believe it's a 2-week window for us to submit for, I apologize, the word escapes me, but we're submitting for one personnel position. I apologize, I don't remember what the exact title is for that submission, but so when we get to look at our budgets, the time frame, we're going to look at the numbers that finance is giving us. And honestly, this year is an anomaly because of the COVID-19. So I'm going to be looking at things like, say, for drug testing. Has the city lowered our drug testing amount that we're budgeted for? And I'm going to probably take this year out, and I'm going to go back and research the prior 2 years. I'm going to look for trends on those budgets to say, were they going up prior to COVID? So I can forecast, as we start to come out of COVID, what we're going to need for drug testing. I think I can show trends, and I just use drug testing as one of my examples, but I can show trends so I can see, well, this number doesn't look right to me, so I'll communicate that with the city. Say, I believe this money needs to be augmented for this, and these are the reasons why. I'll show the justification. So I think looking back at past budgets, again, looking at trends, being able to forecast for this budget and future budgets is one of the options available to me. There's going to come a point in March where the department heads are going to get together. I've been involved in this meeting one time where for your capital projects, there's wants, needs, and there's a pile of money, is how Sherry explained to me. There's not going to be enough money to cover all these capital projects. So they're going to be prioritized. Sheriff's Office is going to do it. DAS is going to do it. We're going to look at needs versus wants, what can be pushed off later into maybe a future budgets or going through the interim finance committee. So then the presentation towards, I believe it's towards the end of the month, going over the, again, I'm going to say for personnel, and I apologize, I don't remember the title of it. We'll go over the final budget before it is presented to the board for approval. And I apologize, Judge. I mean, was there another part?
Well, I have another part. So
Yes, ma'am.
considering that we might be in a situation where budgets are limited and you might not get everything that you want, and understanding the needs of the courthouse and security and everything else, how would you prioritize what needs to happen with the staff that you have if you're not able to increase staff? How would you handle duties, responsibilities, and staff?
I am a big proponent of cross-training. We've done that with our officers, with some of our civilian tasks that the civilians do, and vice versa. We are currently in the process of cross-training our lab technician to do violations for drug offenses, which in turn will take that off of the officers, which frees them up for being able to do other things. I think we have to, cross-training is a way to help supplement activities with whether civilian or officers, to make us more efficient, to where we can do more with less. And the wants versus needs, it would be prioritized, which I did when I submitted for our capital projects. I rated 1, 2, and 3. But cross-training to me is probably one of the keys, and maybe reaching out to our law enforcement partners, whether that was under the events of January 6th. Excuse me, Sheriff, I'm sorry, pointing at you, but just because I know of the events that what you did for on your team and your side of it, but we reached out to help supplement with juvenile probation officers just to help us be extra eyes at the courthouse, because I did not have enough bodies for eyes, because we were also helping supplement the sheriff's office. So I reached out to our partners. Juvenile Alley was just great, being able to support us, offering anything we needed. And recently, we had some personnel and budget constraints when we did some protection services for Judge Russell due to some recent threats that Judge Russell had received. Again, we reached out to Juvenile. They helped us on the surveillance of Judge Russell's residence because it was a 24-hour for a couple of days. I scheduled our officers supplemented by Juvenile. Before with Judge Tatro, I was involved. The Sheriff's Office, just great on helping supplement for the surveillance of Judge Tatro, and we were heavily involved in that, and that was a much, much longer process. But you have to reach out to your partners and see, if they need help, offer help if you can give it, and ask, and don't be afraid to ask for help if you need it.
Thank you.
Mr. Woodbury, you got question number 5, if you like.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Guthrie, please describe your experience with grants, specifically finding grants, writing grants, and grant administration.
Sure. My first direct experience with grant was when I been on with alternative sentencing probably for about 2 or 3 months. Chief Fletcher asked me to look into the Department of Justice Bulletproof Grant Program, and I was probably looking like a deer in the headlights because I had no experience with grants up to that point. He gave me a quick 1-2 on grants, so I looked into it. He had advised that our agency, he believed, had submitted for that grant prior, but he was unaware if it had ever been funded, at least up to his point when he became the chief. So I couldn't tell you if it had ever been funded prior to him being the chief. I did some research on that particular grant. I started the process. I was able to get the application in, and within a week, I was advised that I had not met the deadline. And I'll take onus for that. I was a little bit overwhelmed with that process. Since then, after that, Chief Fletcher was advised, and he decided to go the budgetary route for our bulletproof vests because we had such a limited number of vests that were needed and replacement at the time. So since then, I've gone to 2 different grant writing courses to learn more about it, multi-day courses. It's very boring, to be honest with you, for those of you that write grants, but I needed it. I needed to learn more about the process. And this year I have taken over the submitting to the Office of Traffic Safety for our DUI case manager position. So which DAS has been involved in for many years. So we had a good foundation for that particular grant. I was able to look at the grants prior to get some of the research that had already been done up to that point, but you had to do a little bit more research when getting numbers from the National Transportation Safety Board, because they're looking for specific numbers related to DUI, alcohol, and/or drugs, when you put in for these grants. We have met all of our benchmarks up to this point for that particular grant. They accepted our letter of intent, which we're approved to go forward in the application. There's been 6 benchmarks since then that we have met. By the end of business day this Friday, the grant will be submitted. The entire application will be submitted well before the day that it is required to be submitted. I anticipate that our application will be accepted and approved. That doesn't mean that we're going to be given money. I just believe that we have met all of our benchmarks, all of our qualifiers for that. But I do expect that the application itself will be approved, and then we'll see what monies come via that grant. I can tell you this, the trend over the years has been going down in what the state is funding for that particular grant. It is meant to be a self-sustaining position. We do not have the numbers in Carson City to make that case manager position self-sustaining. So I do anticipate the numbers to be less if we are approved for that grant this year.
And I just want to clarify, because you used a lot of we and us in that. What is your specific role with
I
respect to
apologize.
that grant?
When I say we or us, I'm saying DAS. I'm the one that is doing the submittals. I'm the one that's entering the application. I'm the one that's doing the research on the data. I'm the one that's meeting the benchmarks. Now, I do have input from my case manager and my office manager on certain portions of that grant, but I am the one responsible, and I am the one that is doing the actual submittal and to the Office of Traffic Safety for that grant.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Nancy, do you want to take question number 6?
Can,
Please
Nancy, I apologize. Can I say one more thing on that grant?
Oh,
Shortly after I became the interim chief, which was January 1st, officially, but effectively it's been since mid-December because Chief Fletcher was quarantined due to COVID and has been out since mid-December. I received an email, and I believe it was from Post. Please don't quote me on that. But there were now there were requirements to qualify for Department of Justice grants now that was implemented by former President Trump, and there were processes for submittal to qualify to be able to put in for Department of Justice grants. And we had 3 days left to get those into, and Post is the recognized agency for approval that would oversee the approval within the state of Nevada. So I reached out to the director of the Post, received information from them, looked at the qualifiers that President Trump had deemed necessary to qualify. So we were able to get the policies, procedures turned into Post. We met the qualifiers, and now we are actually authorized for the next 3 years to put in for DOJ grants. So we're actually going to start looking at those to see what could be used for DAS if there's any appropriate grants. So, but we're at least now qualified. I apologize on that. So I forgot about that.
all right. Please describe your experience working with bargaining units.
I have direct experience working on the employee side of bargaining units when I was with Story County. I was the president of our association when I was a sergeant up there for 2 contracts back to back. We worked with our union rep. So as a representative from the employee side, myself and another officer with our union rep, we engaged in negotiations with Story County There are timeframes, there are a certain number of meetings that have to be met. In the event the negotiation moves further and potentially ending up in an arbitration-type setting. So we never got to that point. It was very successful. Both negotiations were successful. From the management side, I do not have any direct experience from the management side other than this last contract with DAS. Chief Fletcher and I discussed prior to the negotiations began with the contract. We were discussing what we were looking to get, what we anticipated our employees asking for, where we saw some wiggle room. We communicated during that process to make it successful, but I was not at the actual meetings of that negotiation.
Thank you. Judge Armstrong?
Tell me about a time when you had to develop an important policy for your organization. How did you include the employees in the policy development? And how did you communicate the approved policy to the employees?
One of the, not necessarily the most recent, but one of the most important ones was when I was an investigator with the state of Nevada. As I stated, I was a certified background investigator through going to the classes necessary to get that. Our agency did not have an up-to-date background policy. Myself and the two other background investigators went to additional training. We developed that policy, looking at best practices at the time, the standards that were acceptable within the law enforcement community for backgrounds. We relayed that with our administrative staff, communicating with them. This is what we were looking at doing. We presented the best practices. These are what getting other examples of policies. We incorporated the best that we thought of each one of those. The agency that I worked for had a bunch of senior officers. Not only did we look at other policies and procedures, we asked them for experience of hiring, what did they see importance? Just try to get as many ideas as you possibly could to incorporate to get the best to present to our administration. We came up with the policy. We gave it to administration for approval. They came back with a couple of different changes that they wanted to see of disqualifiers in that particular background investigation policy. We made those changes, submitted it back to my administration at that time, and it was approved. And from that point forward, we used that as our background for hiring individuals at our sworn officers at our agency.
Follow-up? Judge Lewis?
Can you describe a time when you needed to use diplomacy and tact to maintain relationships in a tension-filled situation? How did you handle it?
Are you talking, Judge, may I ask, are you talking in a internal situation? Or can it be an internal or external?
It could be either way. Tension-filled situation where maybe relationships aren't what they should be. You can give me examples from either.
Well, I'll give you one example from the patrol setting. When you go to a domestic violence situation, I mean, it is a heated, just even before you get there, you know that there's going to be problems. Otherwise, you would not be getting called because they're getting along having a cup of coffee. So, you're forecasting in your mind potential concerns when you get there. There's going to be people that are heated. When you get to that type of situation, you want to try to separate those parties. You want to, try to get them, if you can pull them away from the actual direct tension that is involved and begin to talk with them, communicate, while still practicing best practices, if you're a lone officer, about still being able to watch everybody so other actions can't take place. But if you can get those parties separated, explain and hear their side of the story. And if you're with your partner, maybe then you switch so you each talk to the other person. So you get a more rounded, the totality of the circumstances. But if you can get those parties separated, to me, that's the first step to reduce tension. It may not correct the complete situation, at least at that point, and you may not be able to correct that situation. If there comes a decision in that type of situation where an arrest has to be made, that can also amp up the tension in the situation. So if you can do it, if there's kids involved, you don't want to do that, something like that in front of kids. You want to keep them, you want to keep that type part of the situation isolated. But again, tension-wise, if you keep them separated, that's the best way, I see as one of the best ways to try to at least reduce tension. May not solve the tension, so.
How about from a management standpoint as it concerns employees or other departments that you might be required to work with?
We've had one or two internal situations with employees that they were just, and I think honest to gosh, it was more of a personality issue. So it was a kind of complaining on each other. One was reporting to the civilian side, and another one was reporting to the enforcement side supervisor. So I spoke with the civilian's immediate supervisor to see what their interpretation of the problem was. I gave that supervisor my interpretation, and then we made the decision, and we got human resources involved as well to do a roundtable event to get the parties together with myself, Chief Fletcher, Regina Baca. We let them put their grievances on the table, explain what their concerns were, to see if we can get to a resolution that would be, maybe it isn't what this person wanted, what this person wanted, but to come to a resolution that would satisfy both parties. And in that particular incident, we walked away with that. But it can be trying at times internally with personnel issues. But in that particular incident, it worked out great. And it was very beneficial to get human resources in it, because that was one of their recommendations to do, was to do a roundtable event versus, because they were talking about writing complaints, formal complaints, trying to get issues hammered out at the lowest level possible.
So if you had a situation arise like that again, would you handle it the same way or change anything?
If everything was the same, to me, it was beneficial to do that. I've been involved in roundtables with myself prior to coming to alternative sentencing. That was a very beneficial event. I have experience in being involved in those as well, where I've had concerns with other employees that that I've brought to my supervisor. So I would most certainly use that. Again, to me, if we don't need to escalate the situation and we can handle it at the lowest level possible, that's win-win for everybody. It may not solve all of the underlying problems, but I think it is very effective in dealing with the immediate problem.
Thank you.
District Attorney Woodbury?
Please describe your management style and the knowledge, skills, and abilities you believe are required for successful leadership. When answering, please include examples of when you felt you led by example, what you did, and how others reacted.
I am not a top-down manager. I'm a participatory manager. I believe if you have a buy-in from all parties and they have a say-so in the outcome of a goal or your mission, they're going to be more inclined to be not just participants, but to be above, being more than an active participant. I want to hear all sides of people's input. I think as a manager, or in this case, as the chief of alternative sentencing, it is a title with responsibilities, but that doesn't necessarily make me the smartest person in the office. I think we need to hear from the parties involved, get input, make a decision. And that being said, there are times when you do need to be a top-down manager. There just are. Something needs to be done immediately. With one of the judges may say, Tim, we need this person seen right now. I don't have time to listen to one of my officers. I know what the judge needs, I know what the judge wants, and we need to get that done to be a team member. So I am a participatory type manager. I think the benefits of that are significant, especially in a small agency as ours. Buy-in is very important. And I will tell you, here's an example of it. All of you work your tails off, I know that. I get to work by 7 o'clock every morning. Judge Russell usually beats me here to the courthouse. There's a few other people that do beat me, but not many. So I'm usually there by 7, if not before, and I'm there till after 5 or after. And it's just because that's what goes along with the job. That's in order to accomplish our mission, to accomplish goals. I'm goal-oriented, task-driven. There's a means to an end. And sometimes that means long days. And that's just part of it. I now have an acting assistant chief. And my people see that. I'm not asking for kudos and all that. That's always been who I am. I don't mind work. Work is, to be honest with you, I'm not dealing with my kids at home or dealing with COVID directly with my family, so work is fine for me. I have an acting assistant chief right now. A few weeks ago, he comes to me, he goes, Tim, I understand why you come in at 7 o'clock in the morning now, because 7 to 8 is the golden hour. There's no interruptions. I mean, you can get more work done from 7 to 8 than you can imagine. That being said, there's still a lot of work to do, and he made that comment to me. Now that individual, and I don't want to say it kind of irks me, but he's beating me to work now. He's coming in at 6:30, and he's not asking for extra pay for it because he understands that there's work to be done. And hopefully my example setting that sets a tone within our department, within our agency, because I will not ask anybody to do anything myself that I either have not done or am not willing to do. So I hope my example is emulated with with my partners with my team, and I can tell you it is for the most part. And so we'll strive for perfection. We may not be perfect, but we will strive for perfection. I guarantee that.
Anything further? Sheriff?
Thank you. On down to why do you want this job, and why are you the best candidate?
I'm not going to lie to you, Sheriff. I've asked myself that same thing since becoming the interim chief. It is very taxing. There's more meetings than I've ever even dreamed of. Sometimes I'd always wonder what Tad was doing in there, just sitting there looking at his computer. Well, to be honest with you, now I know. I'm not ready to hang up this is my 31st year. I started right at 21. I've been in law enforcement now for 30 plus years. But I'm not old and ready to go out to pasture. I'm ready to keep working. My intent, working-wise, my youngest son is a sophomore in high school. So I'm going to go through till he gets through at least his bachelor's degree in college. And I just found out that my middle son is wanting to go to medical school, so it might be even longer than that to help fund. That's the jovial side of this. Alternative sensing is going in the right path. And I do take some pleasure in knowing that I had something to do with that. I think we're working well with the specialty courts. I hope that you're happy with the services that we're providing. I have a good team, and I enjoy that. It's a small team, but I have a good team. I like seeing progress, and I like, when I got into field training, Sheriff, as I looked at that as being one of the most important parts of, in the law enforcement field, because it sets the base. And if I can help some of our younger officers, some of our intermediate officers to grow, and progress through the ranks and train them to be the next chief of alternative sensing or next assistant chief, if that's the position that I stay in, I get a lot of pleasure out of that. I love seeing how our officers are growing, how our civilian people are. We have a couple of our part-timers right now that are hoping for a permanent spot. They like working at DAS. It's not that they need the job. They're financially set. So I do like seeing that. And I'll tell you, I have excuse me. I have an immediate family member that is going through addiction issues right now. I apologize. And this position has enabled me to learn more about his issues so that they can be addressed. And I want to see this department keep growing. And I just look forward to the opportunity to be able to do that.
Nancy, you want to take question number 11?
Sure. Is there additional information that you think we should know about you and your ability to perform the job duties successfully that we have missed asking about?
No, I think this panel's been very thorough in their questions. Thank you. Am the most, I don't know the other, well, I know two of the other candidates. I don't know the last two, but I'll put my qualifications up with anybody. I've had a progressive level of responsibility from the beginning of my career to where I am at right now. And I've never shirked away from tasks. I don't shirk away from responsibility. And I'll put my qualifications. I'm not perfect. I've gone through trials and tribulations in my life. I've overcome a couple of things. But I don't think you're going to get a harder worker, more qualified person than myself. And I thank you and I appreciate the opportunity to come in front of you.
No, thank you. I want to go back to one thing, and the reason I asked you the question about education is one of the requirements is that basically equivalence to a bachelor's degree in criminal justice. You got 4 years, so you probably are equivalent because you have WNC, I think, is a 2-year program, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not sure, but we'll check that. But you have 4 years, and it wasn't criminal justice is the point I wanted to point
Well,
out.
to be honest with you, it started off the first year in psychology till I hit statistics. Statistics and I did not do well together, so I did changed back to criminal justice. That's just how it worked out for me, so.
Thank you. I just wanted
Yes,
to
sir.
clarify that, and we'll be fair with the question to everybody else as well.
Sure.
So thank you for coming today. We
No problem.
appreciate it very much, and thank you for your time.
I apologize. I do have one question for you, and I don't know I know part of it may be in your packet, and this might be for Melanie. But I have brought my resume along with 3 recommendation letters, one from Chief Fletcher, one from Claudia Saavedra, the former office manager, and one from Tim Milligan as personal and professional references for me. Am I allowed to present that to you, or?
Did you include that in
I-
your material that you submitted?
My resume I believe was included. However, the letters were not available at the time of closing.
Okay, we'll take them
Sure.
and distribute them.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you again.
No problem. Thank you very much.
Take a break, or do we want to? We're going to go ahead and take a 5-minute break. Thank you.
Have a good morning, everybody.
How is everyone?
Good, welcome. Have a seat.
Thank you.
We're going to go ahead and have the panel go ahead and introduce themselves. I know you know everybody, but we'll do that for the record, starting on my right.
Sheriff Furlong with the Sheriff's Department.
Good morning, Sheriff.
Tom Armstrong, Carson City Justice Court.
Hi, Judge.
Judge Russell.
Morning.
Kristen Lewis, Carson City Justice Court, Department 2.
Good morning, Judge.
Jason Woodbury, District Attorney.
Good morning.
Nancy Paulson, City Manager.
Good morning.
Well, good morning to you, and thank you for applying. It's never easy to put yourself out there to be interviewed and go through this process, so thank you for doing that. Sheriff?
May I remove my mask?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. For your first question, what do you see as the role of the alternative sentencing in the court system? When answering this question, please provide your philosophy and goals of pretrial and post-sentencing supervision.
Thank you. I believe that the Department of Alternative Sentencing needs to work closely within the courthouse, closely with the judges, closely with all the staff, including the district attorney's office, to ensure that every person who's placed under alternative sentencing has an opportunity to change their life, should they choose to. We need to make sure that we've given them the skills, the life skills, the opportunity for rehab, the opportunity to do anything that they see fit in order to change their life and keep them out of the criminal justice system. The goal of alternative sentencing is to keep people off of that wheel, the hamster wheel, if you will, of running through the system, continuing to be arrested, continuing to be in and out of the system. That's the ultimate goal of alternative sentencing from my perspective. There was a second half of that question. Some of the goals, I think, as being chief of the department, would be to develop a program, an organization that's run with integrity, that's run with commitment, dedication, most of all teamwork. I think if you've got a leader within the department that is running the department with all of those attributes, all of your officers underneath you will follow. If you're passionate about the work, all of your officers will get on board and become passionate about the work as well. I personally am extremely passionate about the work of alternative sentencing. I always have been. I've worked within that courthouse for 16 years. I've taken numerous different roles within that time. During those 16 years that I have been in there, my passion has always been with that department. I believe in people. I probably never won't believe in people. I believe in people have the opportunity to change. I believe with encouragement, life skills, and opportunities, people can change. And I think that's the role of alternative sentencing, is to make sure that we give them as many services as possible and then turn it over to them, hope that they are able to do what they need to do. Obviously, incarceration is always an option. Regressive behaviors, they require incarceration. Give them a timeout, if you will, and then start them back on the program and see if we can help them. Once they've had too many opportunities for incarceration, then sometimes they're not ready. It's not their time, if you will. And at that time, probably our only option is to have them complete their sentence. But in the meantime, we should give them every avenue to do better and to not repeat themselves into the criminal justice system as possible. Thank you.
My question is, the position under the statute, NRS 211A-100, requires at least 5 years of experience with an increasing level of responsibility in the field of law enforcement, corrections, or supervision of persons, or probation or parole. And additionally, the qualifications indicated clearly here in the announcement indicated that equivalent to a bachelor's degree in criminal justice, psychology, or closely related field, and again, 6 years of law enforcement experience and 3 years of which were in a supervisory capacity. Can you give us detail in regards to both your education and your supervisory experience? And then I'll have some follow-up questions.
Sure, Judge. First off, with my education, I have a degree in criminal justice with an emphasis in law enforcement. At the time that I was attending college, I had an opportunity to have most of my college paid for. The police academy at the time was expensive. I went to the police academy so that I could have it funded and paid for. My intent was to get employed with the University of Nevada, Reno, and finish the rest of my bachelor's degree. I was not hired with the University of Nevada, Reno as quickly as I thought. That process took longer, as it takes a long time to get hired in law enforcement. In the meantime, I was a reserve officer for alternative sentencing. I fell in love with the work. I fell in love with the department. I fell in love with the people. I eventually did get an opportunity to work at the University of Nevada, Reno. I continued some of my education while I was there. All employees of the university were able to take advantage of lower cost classes. I did that. And about a year into that position, I was offered a full-time job with alternative sentencing. I took it and returned back to alternative sentencing. So that's a piece of my education, if you will. I have not finished my bachelor's degree. I think that higher education is important. I value it very much. I wish that I had. Of course, I got a job in alternative sentencing. I have since then worked in the courthouse. I got married, I had children, and it's a goal of mine to finish, and I haven't done that. But my degree currently stands in criminal justice with an emphasis in law enforcement. As far as experience, I, as a senior officer, have had the opportunity to manage and oversee projects within the courthouse for the last 16 years that I've worked there. I am a leader by nature. I am somebody that's willing to roll up my sleeves and do whatever job is asked of me or requested of me. I have overseen and managed things such as jury trials, recently misdemeanor jury trials. I have taken the initiative to make sure that courthouse safety is taken care of. Recently, we had a bomb threat, and I was the person who took the lead on making sure that the employees were out of the building, everybody was okay. I stayed until after 5 o'clock, until all employees had the opportunity to get a ride home. I offered personal rides back to them. So I have overseen and managed lots of different entities within the courthouse as a senior officer. During my employment, I've had the opportunity to work as an interim chief in Carson City's Department of Alternative Sentencing. That department was devastated with the loss of 3 employees in one day. During that time period, I worked under the direct supervision of Matthew Fisk. He was the court administrator. And during that time, I was able to, again, roll up my sleeves, work hard. I worked many hours. I was able to fulfill the requirements of that department and keep it afloat, if you will, until an assistant chief was hired, and then a chief was eventually hired, and additional officers were hired. During that process, I was responsible for training all of the chiefs that came in. I was responsible for training all of the additional officers that came in. After the program was up and running in a better capacity, I was then sent to Field Training Officer School, where I became the first FTO of the Department of Alternative Sentencing. I since then have additionally continued to train officers. I am somebody that is knowledgeable about the department and the courthouse. I am somebody that is reliable. People can come to me with their questions or their concerns, and I usually have the answer. If I don't have the answer, I'm happy to find it and look into it to make sure that everybody has the answer. After that experience, Douglas County was short a chief, and at the time, Chief Roy Planetta had a positive working relationship with the county in Douglas. Doug Schwam was retiring. His position could not be replaced. At the time, I was asked to go down to Douglas County and work as the interim chief, and I fulfilled that position. I was there for approximately 5 months, closer to 6 months. It was only a temporary basis that I was supposed to be down there. I was trusted to take on that position, to go down there and to do what was asked of me. During the time of being chief in Douglas County, I was able to identify areas for improvement. Some positive changes were made while I was there. Of course, I made sure that there were meetings with the appropriate stakeholders before any changes were made, as it was an interim basis. But when I left, we were using the appropriate NRS and offenses during arrest, and the booking process was changed. When I left, the case management system had been placed into the computer rather than a binder. I was able to identify cases that were expired and were actually still being used and seen as open. Those cases were closed. I was able to identify cases that were not compliant, and I was able to meet with the courts and the judges to find out what we should do next. There were many of those cases, so I didn't want to overwhelm the court system with a bunch of warrants. Did they want them handled with home visits? How should we proceed? I was able to identify those cases, figure out how to proceed, and proceed from that point forward. I was able
Have you
to.
ever been involved in the hiring, firing, or disciplining any employees?
I've never been responsible for the hiring or the firing of disciplinary employees. I would say that I have been a part of the process with personnel. I have sat on a panel like yourself is sitting today. I have been a part of a panel hiring support staff for alternative sentencing. I have been somebody that has been responsible for making sure that the person that interviewed the best or the best that we thought was the best fit was hired during the Department of Alternative Sentencing. I have never been responsible for any of the hiring of sworn staff, but support staff, yes.
Judge Armstrong?
Describe your experience.
Sorry about that.
You're right, Judge.
Describe your experience developing and administering courthouse security.
Well, I think we all participate in courthouse security. I think the entire team of alternative sentencing, bailiffs, marshals, we all work together in ensuring that the courthouse is a safe place to work. It's safe for its employees. I believe that we all have taken initiative to make sure that the building is safe, the outside is safe. Anytime there has been a tragedy within the courthouse or a problem that needed attention, I have been the first to step up to the plate. As we all know, Judge Tatro suffered quite a few tragedies while he was judge. I worked alongside anybody who asked me to. I did security details outside of his home. I worked during the holidays. I was happy to do anything that we needed to do to ensure that the courthouse was as safe as possible. As chief, I think it's important that we continue to see that the courthouse is safe. I think we should continue to have training for employees. I think all the building alarms should continue to be checked. I think it's extremely important that we have a strong working relationship with the Carson City Sheriff's Office. If something large and a giant tragedy was to happen, we would need to rely on the outlying agencies and their services to help us see our way through it, as we did with the bomb threat. So I think that I have done everything that I can do, and I will continue to do. I care deeply about the courthouse. I care deeply about its employees. I care deeply about making sure that everybody is safe while they come to work.
Judge Lewis?
All right. Do you have any experience developing and administering a budget? And if so, can you explain?
Well, in preparation for this interview, I did seek out to get the alternative sentencing's budget currently. My experience previously was while I was in Douglas County. I did the same. Met with somebody, had a opportunity to talk about the budget. In Douglas County, all of the funds were over allocated, and I needed to figure out what my responsibility was for that in the interim. Currently, I'm familiar with the budget as far as alternative sentencings. You know, obviously, it's rough numbers. They're dealing with about $1.4 million. I've looked at all the line item budgets. This year's budget seems to be going well. Everything is appropriately allocated, appropriately spent. I know that about $680,000 of that goes to salaries and officers, part-time or full-time. I know that right now, our department is using one grant, and it's probably on its last leg. I know enough about grants to know that, you know, they always start at 100%, and they decrease from there. Currently, $25,000 of Elizabeth Stacy's positions being funded through a grant. We're probably going to be out of that money at some point. I'm not sure what else to tell you about the budget. I believe strongly that there's people that are well-versed in finance and well-versed in budgets, and obviously, if I'm elected to have this position, one of the first things I'll need to do is look at that, meet with the appropriate people within the city, get a real good handle on it, and make sure that I understand it. But I can rely on the resources within the department, within the courthouse, within others to make sure that the budget is well-ran.
Okay. I have a follow-up question.
Yeah.
Considering our current economic situation, let's say that you're not able to get the budget that you want to have the staff that you need to do everything and to carry out the responsibilities of the Department of Alternative Sentencing. How would you manage and prioritize things based upon that budget and that limitation?
Well, I think that's back to positive leadership, and I think that goes back to having a well-ran team where you've got officers that work hard for you. You've got yourself that's willing to work right alongside them. I don't see it as there's a chief, there's assistant chief, and there's a bunch of officers. I see that department as an entire team. And everybody needs to be involved in the teamwork. Everybody needs to do the same amount of work. So you can always do more with less bodies. I think that's completely possible. Do we all want more bodies? Sure. Every department of the city probably wants more bodies. But when you can't get them, what you need to do is just roll up your sleeves, be willing to do any work alongside each other so that the work ultimately gets done.
Thank you.
Mr. Woodbury?
Thank you, Your Honor. Will you please describe your experience with grants, specifically finding grants, writing grants, and grant administration?
Well, I don't have any experience with writing a grant. I do know that grants are available. I do have experience, and I have colleagues that have a lot of experience with grants. I can tell you that I'm determined In thinking about this interview and thinking about this job and thinking about the opportunities that I would be given, I have obviously spent a great deal of time thinking. There's money out there. It's a matter of finding it. It's a matter of filling in the blanks. Any intelligent person, I think, can seek out the money, figure out how to write the grant, and then obviously need to comply with the grant. There's always rules that need to be complied with, and you need to make sure you meet the benchmarks of the rules within the grant. You need to make sure that you're prepared for when that grant will end or when the city will need to take that over. There's always some forethought and some thought about the future that you need to consider when a grant is given. Somebody in the city is probably somebody you should meet with ahead of time and say, this grant is available. Here's what we're looking at. Here's how much money is available in it. Here's when it will end. Here's how it will help the department, and make sure that you have the support of others when you're seeking out the services of a grant. But there is definitely grant money out there. There's always federal money out there, and there's always the opportunity for bringing in resources from the outside to improve your department, much like Elizabeth Stacy. She's improved the Department of Alternative Sentencing, and her services, in my opinion, have been valuable. So I look forward to the opportunity to finding additional resources out there. They're out there. You just need to find them, and then you need to implement them.
Nancy?
Please describe your experience working with bargaining units.
I actually was a part of developing the first bargaining unit for the Department of Alternative Sentencing. Myself and Martin Hale were the first two officers that went before the city, created the bargaining unit that they now have. I was a part of the first team that bargained with the city. We did that mostly with Melanie Burketta. I would say that we were successful. I would say that during that process, we were able to negotiate fairly. We were able to see the importance and the aspects that the city had, where their bottom lines were. We were able to express where our bottom lines were. We were able to advocate for the officers in ways that we thought were fair. I think that anything can be done if you bring yourself to the table, use a level head, figure out what the city needs, figure out what the officers need, and then obviously, it's called bargaining for a reason. There's an opportunity for negotiation. You're not going to leave with 100% of what you want. The city's not going to leave with 100% of what you want. You need to figure out where you're going to meet in the middle. Now, as chief, you probably have a little bit different skin in the game. You want to make sure that your officers are bargaining for things that the chief and the department can follow through with. You want to make sure that the city is agreeing to things that are achievable within the department, achievable within the budgets. And assuming that everybody can agree, I think at the end of the day, you can leave with a fair contract for all parties involved.
Judge Armstrong?
Tell me about a time when you had to develop an important policy for your organization. How did you include the employees in the development of that policy? And how did you communicate the approved policy to the employees?
Well, one of the policies that comes to mind that I was able to participate in was the implementation and the development of the DUI diversion program. And I was able to do that alongside of Chief Planetta. I did that at his request. I think the most important thing that when you're developing policies is to check on the resources around you, check with other departments, see what everybody else is doing, see what's working for them, see what's not working for them. We were able to do that with the DUI diversion program. We took pieces from other departments. We met with parole. I met with parole and probation to see how they were handling some of their diversion cases. Ultimately, the end of that was I wrote a report and a memo that was given over to the chief. We sat alongside of each other while we wrote the policies for this program. And then, obviously, once you develop something, the most important thing is that you bring the team into play, make sure that the department will be successful, the employees have the tools that they need to implement a new program and a new policy. And then, once everybody's on board, you run with it. Policies and procedures are like anything else. You could develop them, create them, look at them, and then go, uh-oh, we need to change something. Didn't work. In which case, you've always got to be willing to go in there, make a tweak to it, make a change to it, do something that's going to work better. And I think that we actually have done that in the DUI diversion program over the years. We've made changes that have been necessary. We being the courthouse as a whole.
Follow-up, can you describe how the review of the policies went and how you implemented the changes as you went along?
I would have had less play in that only because I wasn't the chief at that time. But I do know that any time that you do need to make any policy changes, it's important to, again, work alongside the people. From my perspective, I don't see anybody that has a title or anybody that sits in a department as being any different than anybody else. I think you've got colleagues. And anytime you sit with your colleagues and you advise them of what's going on and you talk to them like rational people, at the end of the day, everybody's opinions, everybody's ways of thinking can be created into making a policy that's going to work. And then all you need to do from that point is make sure you've got the tools to enforce it.
Thank you.
Judge Lewis?
All right. Describe for me a time when you used diplomacy and tact to maintain relationships in a tension-filled situation.
Well, actually, I have quite a bit of experience with that. In my previous employment at the University of Nevada, Reno, I encountered a couple of situations that were difficult. I don't want to spend too much time talking about it. I think that department at the time had a great deal having female officers within the department. Anytime I've been challenged, it's important to stand tall, look them in their eyes, keep true to yourself, keep your integrity intact, and make sure that all is well at the end of that situation. Within our own Department of Alternative Sentencing, I've had the opportunity to have colleagues that I care deeply for, have situations that were contentious. I've had people lose their employment during my relationship with them, and I think anytime that any of that happens, all you can do is continue to keep your integrity, be kind to people, treat people as you would hope to be treated in any situation that's difficult.
Have you ever had to, communicate or deal with that type of a situation among other agencies, rebuild relationships, or work through a difficult work environment with someone?
I have, that's kind of three questions all in once. Yes, I have worked in work environments that were difficult. Again, I think that the best way to approach that is to continue to be positive, not get involved in whatever it is that is going on within the department. Continue to understand what your role in the department is and what your job is. Continue to do your job. I think any problem should always be faced head-on. I was always willing to participate in any, there were lots of opportunities in my career to have a meeting of the minds at the table and talk about something. There were lots of opportunities to attend additional training, to see what we could do to fix any problem that was, we were being faced with. I was always willing to participate in those. In fact, one thing that comes to mind a couple of years back, I'm not sure if Maxine Cortez or the city, somebody brought somebody into the department to kind of overall see the Department of Alternative Sentencing, see what was working, how they could streamline some of the processes, how they could do more with less bodies. I was asked to participate in that meeting, and I did so. It lasted a week long. At the conclusion of it, a report was written, and we were all able to address personnel issues, address anything within the workplace that wasn't working well, and figure out what to do forward.
This is just the last follow-up.
It's okay.
In your experience, I guess, working around Department of Alternative Sentencing officers currently in the courthouse, and as there might be negative issues that have come up, have you taken steps to address those?
I have. Anytime, again, I think anytime that there's any problem that's negative, your best approach is to talk about it, face it, sit down, figure out what it's going on. We're all humans, so sometimes things come up that there was no validity to in the first place and everybody can laugh about. Sometimes things come up that genuinely need to be dealt with. And often, if two people are given the opportunity to talk about it, talk through it, you can kind of put water under the bridge, if you will. I am somebody that once it's addressed and once it's talked about, I feel strongly that we can move on after that point. I have had somebody that I needed to tell one time not to speak to me the way they were speaking to me, and we were able to do that easily and move forward after then, continue to work together still to this day, quite frankly. So I think any problems that you've got, you need to just face them head on and sit down and talk about them. I also think it's really important to rely on the people such as Maxine Cortez in the courthouse, Judge Russell, people within the city, Melanie Briquetta. Anytime the personnel issues are large, I think it's best to seek resources, talk to each individual person, make a plan, if you will. You want to check your facts, then you want to make a plan, and then you want to implement the plan in dealing with the problem so the problem can be solved.
Thank you.
District Attorney Woodbury?
Please describe your management style and the knowledge, skills, and abilities you believe are required for successful leadership. When answering, please include an example or examples of of a time that you felt you led by example and what you did and how others reacted.
I think my management style is approach everything with positive attitude. Enthusiasm is contagious. I think the more positive that you are, the more positive that people are around you. I've tested that theory. I'm sure we've all tested it in the workplace. If you come to work and the first thing out of your mouth is you're having a bad day, the person next to you is having a bad day too. If you come to work and you tell them, I'm having a great day, the sun's shining, and it's a good morning, usually the response you get from the person next to you is the same. So my leadership style has always been to lead with positivity and enthusiasm. What comes to mind is leaders that I've worked for that I've appreciated. Leaders that I've worked for that I thought have always been approachable. They've always been good communicators. They've always been fair, consistent. I think consistency is super important. I think if you're running a department that's consistent, everybody knows what to expect. Everybody knows what their expectations are of the job. My management style would be to make sure that everybody has their expectations, understands what it is. I would hope to create an organization that's full of people that have the same passion for the work that I do. Alternative sentencing, it's a hard job. And anybody who says it's not a hard job would be crazy to say that. It's probably one of the harder jobs out there. It's the same as working in social work or working alongside DCFS. It's the same as working alongside any of those other groups of people that do hard work. Home visits are hard, they're challenging. And you've got to be a leader who can continue to uphold the team, remind them of the expectations of the job, remind them of what we're fighting for and what we're fighting against. You know, you can spend all of your time fighting against something, or you can spend all of your time fighting for something. And I believe strongly as a leader, you need to fight for the department, you need to fight for its outcomes, you need to fight for the people that we serve within the community. So my management style would be to lead by example, lead as a team. I don't think titles are necessary. I think you've got a whole team and your team approach to the job. I think a positive leader has understanding and compassion. Again, the job is hard. You need to have understanding for the fact that sometimes these guys are doing really hard work, and work alongside them. You know, no job is above me. I have worked every job in alternative sentencing. I have worked the front counter. I've pulled people out of the hallway. I have done home visits. I've done field visits. There is no job that I think that we all can't get done if we work and approach it together. I also think as a manager, it's really important to have the resources available to the community. When I was an officer in alternative sentencing, I was able to implement a resource center out in the hallway. I'm unsure if it's being used currently, but it was one of the ideas that I took to a chief, and he said, go ahead. So I did so. I think that this community and this population that we serve needs to have access to as many resources as possible. I was able to put pamphlets, additional classes, link up with other agencies within Carson City to figure out how we could come up with better ways to serve this population. When I worked in alternative sentencing, I worked closely with Carson City Partnership. We were able to put together some parenting classes, offer classes for free that anybody that we served could come in and participate in. We were able to give them life skills. We were able to give them some ideas about things to look for within their own home if somebody was suffering from drug addiction or mental illness within their own home. So as a leader, I think we just need to work together, work with the outside agencies. Currently, Carson City's really lucky. We've got a FAST team, we've got a MOST team, we've got all kinds of teams that are doing really good work. Prior to all of these teams, the people involved in doing all that good work, we were doing it then. We just didn't have the acronyms. We didn't have the resources necessarily. But I can remember meeting in the jail conference room to collaborate with Carson Mental Health and Dr. Joe and people within the community to figure out how we were going to return an individual who ended up in Nevada but belongs in Ohio, or how we were going to do things. So as a manager, obviously you have to oversee all of those things, then you have to implement them and you have to move forward to figure out what you're going to do to serve this population. So I think that's the first part of your question. I know there was a second half.
The second half was to provide some examples of that. I do think you did that during your answer, so.
Okay. I have more examples if you need them, but yes, I believe strongly that whatever it is that we need to do to get the job done, we need to do. I think that being the chief of this department will be hard work, and will require dedication. When I applied for this position, it wasn't done lightly. I spent a long time making sure that I was making a decision that was best for myself, best for my family, best for the work that I wanted to do. And I believe strongly that you're going to have to put in the hard work and the dedication and the professional time in order to get this job done and get a team running well.
Sheriff Furlong, I think she probably covered that part of your question.
I think that she probably did. It's a great segue, but I will ask it anyways, just to, in case she has anything to add. Why do you want this job? And why are you the best candidate for this job?
Well, I sincerely do want this job. I'll repeat myself, but I spent a long time really thoroughly thinking about this job. I didn't apply immediately. It wasn't even quite, frankly, something that I had thought about right away. I received a phone call from somebody, and they asked me about the job, and they asked me about the department. And by the end of this conversation, the person said to me, "Why aren't you applying?" And I said, "Well," and they said, "No, really, you just gave me every reason why this is the best job and why you want this job and why you care deeply about this department and its success." So that's why I want the job. I thought about it long and hard, and I sincerely do want this job. I'm sure that I can do the job. I'm sure that I need the resources around me. I need the support and the help of the people that I know that I can rely on. I know that you're approachable. I know that I could ask you a question. I know that we could sit down and talk about something if we needed to. I know that I could do that with Nancy Paulson, and that we could run a good department of alternative sentencing. That I'm sure of. So that kind of answers why I want the job, and that I didn't think, I spent a long time thinking about it before I applied for the job. I want to develop an organization that's ran on integrity and teamwork. I want to be a part of creating that. I want to be a part of being a part of that team and being a part of doing good work in Carson City. I think I've already alluded to this, but another reason I want the job, I'm passionate about this work. I think it takes a special person to be passionate about alternative sentencing. I've worked in Carson City and in law enforcement for 16 years. I would say in that 16 years, I'm still not a jaded officer, if you will, and oftentimes this job is hard, and sometimes people get a negative attitude, negative outlook on people or on situations, and I'm not that person. I'm the person who truly believes that even if I've given you a shot before and you didn't take it, we give it to you again. I believe in people. I think there's always hope. I think that with the right resources, the right guidance, the right support, people can turn their lives around. I do believe that. Not all of them, but some of them. So I am passionate about the work. And I think that anytime that you're passionate about something and you believe in something, your dedication and your drive to make sure the department runs well is exactly what you need in order to make the department run well with teamwork. So I promise you, in fact, I give you my word, I won't want to fail at this job. I want this job. And I want to do a good job. And I will rely on the resources around me and the judges within the courthouse and Maxine Cortez and the sheriff and the district attorney's office and the city. I will rely on all those people before making big decisions, and I will make sure that all of the decisions that are made well and are made after they're well thought out. And you have my word that I will create an organization that I can be proud of and that you can be proud of as well.
Nancy?
Is there additional information we should know about you and your ability to perform the job duties successfully and that we may have missed?
Well, one of the questions I expected to be asked and I wasn't was about Carson City in general. I think if you've got my application and you've got the information about me, then you probably know some of this information already, but I live in Carson City. I've always worked in Carson City. My family's in Carson City. This has nothing to do with applying to be the chief of alternative sentencing or not. I deeply believe in Carson City. I always have. For the last many years of my life, I've spent my time, my energy, my monetary donations to organizations in Carson City that rely on good community members in order to keep them afloat. I am invested. I'm invested in Carson City. I'm invested in the Carson City Courthouse. I'm invested in the Department of Alternative Sentencing. I come to you honestly and fairly and sincerely. I'm not here looking for a different job that I don't want. I'm here because I'm passionate about wanting this job, and I care about its outcomes. I care about Carson City very much. And I'm sorry, I'm going to want to add one more thing. because I'm invested in Carson City and I am in Carson City, I'm also familiar with Carson City. So I'm a good candidate because I am familiar with the resources, I'm familiar with the agencies around me, I'm familiar with work that can be done together, collaboration that can be done together. And I plan to make sure that we're using all of the resources and all the collaborating that we can to see to it that alternative sentencing is successful. I would like to see it have a positive image in the community, and I can do that.
You have any questions? Oh, go ahead.
Thank you. Well, on behalf of the committee, thank you very much for applying. We appreciate it and appreciated you being here this morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Judge. I appreciate it as well. I do have copies of everything. I imagine you probably have copies
We
of
have
them?
copies of everything
Okay.
that was filed with the HR. We have copies of all that.
Okay, I was going to leave them with you if you didn't. I appreciate it.
I think we're good.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a good day. Good luck to the others after me.
Why don't we take one more and then we'll take a break if that's all right with everybody. You can stand. It's like a jury trial. You stand to get your feet working again.
Do you guys need to take a break or do you
No, we're ready.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, so read it. Yeah, I'll get it. 1 second.
Good morning.
Morning. How are you, Mr. Dozer, right? Thank you. You can take the mask off if you want.
thank
We feel
you.
safe.
That'd be great, Your Honor.
We feel confident. We're
Got
quite a
my
ways-
second COVID shot, I feel.
quite a ways away from you. And first of all, we're going to go ahead and introduce the panel to you so you know who we all are, starting at my right.
Morning, Sheriff.
Sure.
Tim Furlong in the Sheriff's Office here.
Hi, I'm Tom Armstrong, Justice of the Peace in Carson City, Department 1.
I'm Judge Russell, First Judicial District Court Judge.
I'm Kristen Lewis, Justice of the Peace, Department 2 of Carson City.
Jason Woodbury, District Attorney.
Nancy Paulson, Carson City Manager.
So first of all, thank you for being here, and we're going to go through some series of questions with you, and hopefully, again, it's never easy putting yourself out there and respect that for a job, but we appreciate you coming and your interest in this job. Sheriff?
Okay, good morning, Mr. Dozer. We'll start off with question number 1. What do you see as the role of alternative sentencing in the court system? And when answering this question, please provide your philosophy and goals of pretrial and post-sentencing supervision.
Sheriff, in preparation for this, and as a career law enforcement officer, even early on, I understood that 95% of people who run afoul of the law don't end up in jail. And with that said, there have to be programs to allow them to ultimately, they got to be some consequences for their actions. But there's also got to be some services involved and opportunity for them to maybe, turn their life around. Pre-sentencing, philosophically, the mission of the alternative sentencing, it's all about reducing recidivism. It is about providing opportunity and services, maybe to treat the symptom instead of, and looking holistically at the person. I mean, everybody's, when I was doing some research on the department here, approximately, the caseload is approximately 1,200 in various forms of management. And it's not just cases. I understood there are actually people who have made mistakes, perhaps have gotten a second chance, maybe even a third chance. But in the end, it's better to keep them out. Those who, deserve to be out and, provide for them families, provide for themselves, become, valued members of the community. I mean, I think holistically we owe that to them if we can. And I believe that every offense deserves to have somebody, spend time in jail when there's alternative means to perhaps turn their lives around and make them a better person personally and better for their families and ultimately better for the community.
I get question number 2, and it kind of goes to 2 factors. Under the qualifications for the job, it required an equivalent to a bachelor's degree in criminal justice, psychology, or a closely related field, 6 years of law enforcement experience, 3 years of which were in a supervisory role, and to a large extent, and NRS 11A100 indicates must have at least 5 years of experience with an increasing level of responsibility in the field of law enforcement, corrections, or supervision of persons in respect to that. Can you tell us a little bit about, I read your educational background and noticed that you had a major bachelor's degree in geography in respect to, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor, physical geography.
Okay, do you have any education and experience in the field of criminal justice?
Only I think I took a criminal justice 101 class as part of my bachelor's study.
In respect to the supervisory area, in respect to that, I did note that under your current job as a police officer, you indicate you basically supervise 0 people. However, in your capacity as a brigadier general in regards to the National Guard, you have a supervision of 3,200 employees. So that's quite a jump and a different experience in that. So can you talk a little bit about your supervisory experience and dealing with hiring, firing, or disciplining any people?
Yeah, over my career, 35-year military career, I commanded a 40-soldier platoon up to a 2,000-soldier brigade, and then ultimately the 3,200 soldiers in the Nevada Guard. And in thinking about how that applies to a department head, chief of alternative sentencing, it really boils down to leader development, talent management, inspirational leadership. How do you get the most out of your employees? How do you inspire your employees, your soldiers at that point to achieve the highest levels that they can personally and professionally? How to establish a positive organizational culture where each soldier, we have civilians, majority of the civilian staff, we have a lot of civilian staff, where they feel valued, appreciated, respected. And those, that was nothing new to the military, and it certainly is nothing new out here in the public sector. It's all about people, taking care of people, because they're ultimately, how you treat them will impact on mission and unit readiness, individual readiness, but certainly mission success. So I took, I put a high value on the individual soldier. I put a high value in the police department on my own peers, our own command staff. Leverage my military training to the point, not that I had to fight and win wars on the battlefield, but how does the military manage talent? How does the military develop talent? How does the military lead under times of fiscal hardships? How do you improve operations when you have a lot of money? How do you improve organizational culture? And how do you recruit talent? I mean, I go on, Your Honor, and members of the panel. But the bottom line is it was soldier-focused, individual-focused, this organizational culture. I was reviewing the strategy here, and a very wise leader that I served with said, bad organizational culture will destroy strategy by and large. You'll never achieve your goals, your vision. You'll have difficulty achieving missions, but for lack of for a good, strong, solid organizational culture where the employees feel valued, they want to come to work, they have trust in the organization that they're going to look out for the well-being. The standards are there, they're adhered to. There's, due process for people running afoul. That was nothing new in the military. That's nothing new in the public service. I embrace that, and I embrace really the power of the individual and what they can bring to the total fight.
In that capacity, have you ever really hired, fired, or terminated anybody?
Yes, Your Honor. Been on selection board, promotion boards. And my most difficult challenges were really dealing with senior leaders in the military. That's my breadth and depth of knowledge as far as that goes. Talented people, perhaps maybe let their ego or their own agenda cloud their judgment, and ran afoul of well-known, well-documented, well-discussed regulations that ultimately resulted in one, losing their full-time job, losing promotion opportunities. Some have had to be put out of the service. And it covers a gamut of issues from substance abuse to blatant misconduct, both criminally and in the EEO realm. We took that very serious. And where we could develop talent and maybe salvage them, we took those steps. And where they were not willing to change, and where the offense was so egregious that it would undermine good order and discipline within the organizations, then we had to take the most severe step. And Your Honor, as the commanding general, that was solely my responsibility. I took that very serious. It was a very methodical process, and as it should be when you're taking those sort of actions. Again, you can't lose the fact that we're dealing with a human being that has a job and family to support and their own lifestyle to support. But in the end, rules and regulations are what they are, and they're not abided by, and you take shortcuts, and we've created new standards, and I think that is counterproductive, and it goes contrary to my philosophy of strong organizational culture.
Judge Armstrong?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Please describe your experience in developing and administering courthouse security.
I have only worked with bailiffs, Your Honor. I work with civilian contract bailiffs and court security, both at the entrance of courts and internal to the courts. So I have an appreciation for what they have to go through as far as sitting through trials, dealing with people who absolutely do not want to be there. But as far as managing them, Your Honor, I really have none as far as direct management skills. I understand what it takes to manage people, and like anybody else, you empower them, you leverage their skills, you find out what motivates them, and you get the most out of it. I think that you can overlay that on just about any person you come in contact with, and just provide them guidance, direction, and the tools and opportunities to succeed.
Judge Lewis?
Morning.
Good morning.
All right, so my question is, do you have any experience in developing and administering a budget? And if you do, what is that experience?
Yes,
Size
Your
budget?
Honor. Yes, Your Honor. I've had quite an experience in that. Police department knows not so much, but the military, it's a massive budget. It's a multi-million-dollar budget. Everything the military does is ungodly expensive. With the primary cost is really the people. As the chief executive of the Army Guard, commanding general, I did the executive portion of developing the budget, and that is a yearly process. It is a grind. We provide training. What we want to do as far as training, equipment we want for mission success, from recruiting to retention to sending soldiers to school, buying equipment, repairing equipment. It's a gamut, and it runs in the multi-millions of dollars. Then ultimately, that plan is reviewed by our Higher headquarters in Washington DC for approval. Then it's incumbent upon us to execute it appropriately, with the goal of spending the money they give you. There's an expectation that you spend it all and spend it, frugally. It's not our money, and we know that, and we owe it to the taxpayers to spend it properly. And then through that whole process, we monitored: are we spending too much? Are we spending not enough? Can we move money around based on evolving problems and evolving situations we have no control of? And in the end, we have to make it audit-proof. That is a key component, making a budget audit-proof, because that is a requirement that every organization has. One of my bigger challenges was, we have our budget, but we also have to have a plan to reduce the budget in times of need, if required, and that has happened, where we had to cut costs. But what we wouldn't do, we wouldn't sacrifice on the training of employees, the safety of employees. That was non-negotiable. Those things we had to fund, we would fund. You have to pay soldiers to come into work and do their job. But what we could do is, through consultation among all the stakeholders in the organization. I was the commanding general, but I had unit commanders that I held responsible for their own units and their own spending of the money that we gave them. And through collaborative effort, consensus building, we could move money around when needed in times of emergency. And that happened, to feed our soldiers during an issue where you couldn't get hot meals. Well, we're the most powerful army in the world, and soldiers deserve a hot meal. And we figured out a way to do that, but it wasn't just me making pounding my hand on the desk and saying, this will happen, because it's really not that easy when you're dealing with money. And moving money around is fairly complicated. But when you have experts that can advise you, it makes it much more easier to do. And if you listen to them, willing to listen to them, then it can go along pretty smooth. But the budget was mine, and I was held accountable to make sure that it was spent appropriately, spent wisely, and there was some sort of strategy in how you spent it. That was another part of the whole budget process. We have a strategy, and not everything can be a priority, or nothing is a priority. But I knew if you could look, short, long, midterm goals, how you fund those. What is higher headquarters telling us to do? What does my boss want me to do? Because he has a say in that as well. Your boss has a say in it, and I would take that into heart and bring the smartest people in the room I could, because I will be the first to say I was not the smartest person in the room when it comes to budgeting, but I knew where the smart people were, and I leveraged that talent. And it was all about, let's leave here with an agreement that some people are going to be short, some people are going to be better off, but in the end, we have one mission here: to support and defend our nation, to support and defend our state, and ultimately take care of our soldiers. And then when the roles reverse, I lost money last time, but I'm going to get more money. It was a give and take relationship. Worked out pretty well for us. It worked as best as it could. It's a colossus. It's a lot of money flowing through there. And
I don't want to interrupt you, but I have a specific question I want to ask. Not knowing what this budget is for the Department of Alternative Sentencing, if you were hired, how would you determine what that budget is? And how would you manage that budget as you, determine the requirements for the job, the employees that you have, the responsibilities and duties, and if we're facing a budget shortfall, how would you manage those issues?
Sure. I did research the budget here. I think it's just a little north of $1 million. And I saw that, as I said earlier, 80% of that is in pay based on employees. And that's a scientific, I don't want to minimize it. That's fairly easy to figure out. You have this many employees that get paid this much. And the key becomes, how do you ensure, if your training of your employees to ensure their mental and emotional safety is paramount to mission success? Well, then with your limited money that you have, you really got to make a committed effort to spend it that way. And perhaps shorting other things, like maybe we don't get a new computer, or maybe you don't get new office furniture, defer services on vehicles. So to your point, Your Honor, if the direction is reduce budgets, the last thing philosophically for me would be reduce anything that deals with training, because that is critically important to our employees to make them perform better on a personal level, and certainly serve the public as far as ensuring public safety. But everything can be deferred. A lot of things can be deferred and are repaired or borrowed. We can agree, we can use other, with proper communications and memorandums of understanding or memorandums of agreements, short-term uses of other facilities, other assets, as a stopgap until we get home.
Thank you.
District Attorney Woodbury?
Can you please describe your experience with grants, specifically finding grants, writing grants, and grant administration?
The grant administration in our own police department, Mr. Woodbury, that provides a tremendous amount of cash. And this is just my understanding of grants. I've never written a grant. I have benefited from good grants being written, especially when I was in our domestic violence unit. Through that grant process, we were able to we had one victim advocate. We have 5 now. So somebody is doing something outstanding there. And that has been for a decade. And they often find more money to bring in more services. And this goes back to how you have your own budget, but how do you reach out to get other money to expand your services that you would ultimately provide? And this department is a perfect opportunity for grants to improve, what we can do to the people being served as it applies to taking care of them, monitor them effectively as required by the judges, helping them go beyond that to get the skills, life skills they need, get themselves clean, get themselves jobs. So the value of the grant process it cannot be minimized, invaluable, and I truly have an appreciation for what it can do to improve processes and mission success. There's no question about it that it's invaluable. But if the question was, have I ever wrote one? No, I've certainly, again, seen the benefits of when they're done right and what they mean.
Nancy?
Please describe your experience working with bargaining units, and have you ever participated in contract negotiations?
Okay. I am a member of a bargaining unit. My experience on how a bargaining unit is successful will go right back to my own police department. Our current chief of police, Jason Soto, was our association president. And we had 400 members at the time. And contract negotiations, he was the voice for the force. And what I found masterful with him was his ability to communicate with the mayor, his boss, the city officials who provide budgets to us. And during that time of economic downturn, through his leadership, and it was how he communicated the message to the rank and file. Because nobody wants to get their pay cut. Nobody wants to lose benefits. Oh my God, the sky is falling. But how he masterfully projected that, I guess, for lack of a better term. Listen, we can take cuts, temporary cuts now, or we're going to lose employees. I mean, that was the bottom line. The city was running out of money. And so let's make some hard choices. We can defer uniform allowance, something as simple as a uniform allowance that you get twice a year. Defer those for all of us. We can save employees. It's not like we were all full up on every authorized position. But through that, communication with the rank and file, and it was not just one and done. We had routine meetings as the contract was being written. Here's what we're proposing. What does the rank and file think? How can we do it better? What could we take out that you all would be comfortable with? Go back to the drawing board. And ultimately, some people were unhappy. There's no question about it. But in the end, we didn't lose anybody. We didn't lose a single officer, an officer who would, this was his or her career. So that was a win. But more importantly, the city management, particularly the mayor, appreciated the fact, because it really, Chief Soto, I don't know if I'm supposed to name him by name on here, but he can take credit. It is well known and well documented. That relationship with the mayor that he developed, and with all the city council members, built trust between the city and the police department, and now we're hiring officers. Now we're getting our uniform allowances back, we're getting our pay raises, but it was his sign of faith. Now, he could have just said, no, we're not doing anything, get this thing, strung up in arbitration for years, and in the end, nobody wins. Nobody wins. And the city's still not gonna have any more money. So we worked through that. He worked through that. I wasn't involved personally in that, but he did consult with me on leadership. How do you navigate this? How do you build consensus? And I simply told him, find your stakeholders. Show a willingness to listen. Bring smart people in the room. Leverage talent, and ultimately voice your message back to the civilian leadership that we work for, and get the thing done. I mean, it has to be done. Sense of urgency, and that's why we work through that.
Judge Armstrong?
Can you tell us about a time when you had to develop an important policy for your organization? How did you include the employees in the policy development? How did you communicate the approved policy to the employees?
It goes back to talent management, leader development. Every soldier, they all want to be promoted. They all want to be recognized. And that's very important. If you're a private, you want to be a sergeant. If you're a lieutenant, you want to be a captain. Some of them probably want to be generals. There was times when I was a general, I wondered why I wanted to be a general. But what we owed, there was a time in the organization where the rank and file didn't have full faith and confidence in the promotion system in as much as if it's fair and equitable to everybody. If you're a full-time guards person or you're a traditional guardsman like I was, was it fair? Are we looking at everybody and the whole soldier concept? And there was indications of pre-selection. All my buddies are on the hiring board. And I got that information really from the younger soldiers, these young men and women who were trying to break into the entry-level leadership ranks of the organization. We set up junior officer councils, young lieutenants and captains who ultimately want to become majors and colonels. And our young soldiers, the corporals and private first classes who ultimately want to be sergeants. And they voiced, hey, this is what we think happens. And it's really what it's doing to us is it's reducing our morale to, develop ourselves and make ourselves competitive because we think a lot of these things are already pre-selected. So as a way to fix that, it took a bit. It took a lot of force of personality. But we developed outside board members would come in. We'd put the announcements far enough out in advance where soldiers could get their packets together. They can get their notes written to board members, the president of the board together. Those are time consuming, especially for a soldier who's trying to be a part-time soldier, work full-time, go to school. So first of all, I provided them time. Then I provided the platform where they could be holistically, honestly evaluated on what their packet says about them by people who have never met them before. And the first time they've met them is maybe their photograph and really what their file says about them. And these same people, and not one Nevada Army Guard person evaluated Army Guard soldiers during this process. A list was developed I mean, we rack and stack them if you're number one. And then we have our own selection process. Now, this is what outside senior leadership, respected senior leaders think of this individual. Where can this talent be best used in the organization based on, where they racked and stacked? And by a side note, this notes were made on every soldier, and I demanded that every leader take the notes for their soldiers and go over them. This is what the board member said about you. Here's your strengths. Here's your shortcomings. Because they ultimately want to know if I'm short on this, I won't be short on this next time. Or if I have strengths on this, I'm going to sustain those. And then we have, we'd hold our boards, we'd plug them in, but we'd go one further. Okay, this is a job that you said you wanted, you're qualified for it, we're going to put you in it. But we're also going to have a second tranche, a second soldier, an alternate, or your successor. So these men and women who are now getting a career map to where they are now, where they see themselves, where the organization sees them in 3 to 5 years, and even beyond that. And this thing grew. It was monumentally successful. The feedback, I thought, was tremendous. And what it did is really, 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 really instilled a trust by the rank and file, really the most important people is the soldier, that these processes are fair, equitable, and inclusive. And that was, we demanded that. I demanded that. And I demanded that of my leaders as far as developing the policy and, more importantly, implementing it.
Judge Lewis?
So if you can, please describe for me a time when you used diplomacy and tact to maintain relationships in a tension-filled environment. What worked, what didn't work? Any examples you can provide?
Yeah. We had a senior leader. Actually, when I became a chief of staff, I came into an organization where the former chief of staff was moved out of position. That was the hierarchy at the time. The generals at the time said, "This person is out. I just come out of command of the brigade. Will you come on and serve as a chief of staff?" Because the staff operation is really kind of the brain of the organization. And oh, by the way, they don't talk to each other. They're not allowed to make decisions. And it is very, no decisions are made but by the chief of staff. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. You have to attend these meetings because you're required to, but you're not going to have any input. Perfect. That's dysfunctional. That was not working. And you could see, you'd walk in the building, and when I went to headquarters, which is down the street from here, you would hear no sound. I mean, you'd hear nothing. It'd be crickets. People are in their offices, all hunkered down. They'd look up, who's here? I mean, and I said, what the heck is going on in here? So I brought them all in, and they all came in. I sat at the head of the table because I was the chief of staff. And they're all just, I talked to, can you tell me how are we doing on personnel actions? How are we doing on operations actions? How is our supply posture doing? Oh, you want to hear about that? Yeah, I want to hear about that. You're in charge of it. I mean, I've got to recommend decisions to our boss based on everything you tell me. Oh, you really want your opinion? You really want my opinion? I value your opinion. I have to have your opinion. I'm not the smartest person in the room here, and this is a team, all hands on deck effort. I can't do your job. I'm one person. You have unique skill sets for various disciplines to get all these staff actions done to get the mission accomplished. And that was a watershed moment in the organization, and it simply brought people together who could work together if they had the right person to sort of lead them and appreciate, one, respect them, two, appreciate their talents, and really empower them to make decisions within their level of authority and within their capability. It really changed the dynamics of the Nevada Army Guard at the time. We became a place where people wanted to come back to work. I mean, they had to come to work because that was their job, but coming to work and really wanting to be at work, two different things, in my opinion. If we were not going to get the most out of the employees under that model of leadership at the highest level of staff, and I take some pride in that. It was just again, I hate using the word force of personality, but I knew something had to be done, and I didn't want to fall into the same trap and get it done like my predecessor did. I'm open lines of communication. Just respect people. Treat them with dignity, and you can get so much more out of them. I'm convinced this day, no matter where you're at, you do that, and people will be remarkable.
Your answer is kind of going to the next question for Mr. Woodbury. Go ahead, Mr. Woodbury.
Thank you. Please describe your management style and the knowledge, skills, and abilities you believe are required for successful leadership. When answering, please include examples of when you felt you led by example, what you did, and how others reacted.
My management style is, I guess, can be best summed up, servant leadership, where it's not the head of the organization that's the most important. It's the people that work for the head of the organization. Servant leadership, where you're committed to developing the talent that works for you, where you make a conscious effort to ensure their emotional and physical safety is met, where they have job satisfaction, and they certainly have a roadmap to success if they want to go up in the organization. My management style, I delegate a lot of delegate authority, but you can never delegate responsibility as a department head, as a general. But I would empower. I'm all about empowerment. You're a smart person, and through your actions, you've gained the trust. Give them more responsibility. Let them amaze you what they can do. It can be hands-on at times. Sometimes you just have to be personally involved in critical issues. Right there, you have to be in the position to make the decision if it needs to be made quickly, but you have to really trust your employees to make the decisions that you've empowered them to make. I leverage strengths. I'm big on that. I'm big on leveraging people's strengths, their knowledge. I appreciate their motivations. One of my main management skills was what motivates a person to do something. What are their motivators? And again, leverage that strength and that power. And ultimately, we all worked as a team. It was never about me. As a general, it was certainly never about me. A dash of humility, actually not a dash, a mouthful of humility goes a long way. Humble, you gotta be loyal to your people. These may not seem like management skills, but I think they are. If you demonstrate loyalty to your employees, that you're gonna look out for them, you're gonna support them, you have some expectations of them, they're gonna work hard for you. And I believe that to this day. In servant leadership, I can't say enough about it. It is so important that we provide every opportunity as servant leadership as it applies to management. Where it's them. It's this is as much their organization as it is mine. And if they can take ownership of it and want to make it successful, and that is a winning team right there. And that's what and that's what I strive for as a manager.
Sheriff, you want to take the next question?
Mr. Dozier, Why do you want this job? And why are you the best candidate for the position?
You know, Sheriff and to the board members, yeah, I believe in the mission of this alternative sentencing, and I've done some research. I will be the first to tell you, do I know everything about it? No, but I understand the philosophy of it, where there's the judges, the attorneys, the prosecutors, every case is different, and quite frankly, the judges have these programs in place to keep people out of jail, to help them help themselves. And I can't do it alone. It's the alternative sentencing department with all the stakeholders, and there are many. The sheriff's department, the drug courts, the DUI courts, mental health facilities, Carson Tahoe Hospital, a myriad of drug and alcohol treatment centers that can be tapped into. So first and foremost, Sheriff, and to all of you, I believe in the mission of this organization. I understand how important it is to the missions of the court. No question about it. The skills that I learned in the military, I'm a general officer, but but I'm also a line police officer, and never two do they cross. But the skills that I bring as far as developing organizational culture, valuing diversity, inclusion, and equity in people, valuing every person's opinion, ensuring that every employee that works for me, that has served with me in the past, feels valued, respected, their voices are heard. Nothing more frustrating than just, you have a great idea, but nobody wants to hear it. And I think I bring a commitment to excellence, and a willingness to make this a great organization. It's small, I understand that. And small is sometimes good. There's no reason whatsoever that this organization cannot be an excellent organization. In a lot of ways, it probably already is. I don't know enough about it. This organization could be an organization of best practices. We're still managing people. We're still monitoring people. We're still interacting with people. We're still communicating with the judges. We're still interacting with the men and women who are pre-trial, post-trial, awaiting sentencing, or in diversion courts. We're working with their families. But more importantly, we're working with outside resources, both internal to Carson City, perhaps external, maybe resources we don't even know, to make it a better program. Ultimately, we got to protect the public, and that has not changed. But how we do that, how we reduce the burden of incarcerating people when there's probably a myriad of other ways to, one, punish them. They need that, but to punish them in a way that it doesn't impact their ability, their lifelong ability to provide for themselves. If you got there's knuckleheads out there that do a 19, 20-year-old, drunk in public. I get it. Does that stigma need to follow this kid the rest of his life? Are there ways to, why is he already drinking and getting drunk in public at 19, 20? And is this the first time? How do you interject? How do you intervene early so this young man or woman, this stigma can go away? Maybe chalk it up to a lesson learned, give them a break, and let them get on with their lives and become fruitful members of society.
Nancy, you want to follow up with the last question, please?
Is there additional information we should know about you and your ability to perform the job duties successfully and that we may have missed?
Well, ma'am, I appreciate I just appreciate the panel, and as I'm looking around, and I realized, and there's a lot of stakeholders in here for the success of this. There's no question about it, from the sheriff to the judges to the attorneys and the city manager. Ladies and gentlemen, I've said it once, and I don't know how many times maybe I said it. I don't know if anybody's even keeping track. It's all about servant leadership here. And I don't use the words diversity and inclusion and equity lightly. I was involved at the national level in improving the diversity, inclusion, and equity culture within the National Guard writ large, which was quite a bit. I had my small part of it. And I took that very serious because I knew, because I understood the value of leveraging diversity of thought, treating people with respect, having equitable processes and systems in place to provide professional growth. I understand the importance and the value of risk management, risk mitigation as it applies to, employees and the public we serve. I understand how to develop, strategy, long, mid, and short, mid, and long-term goals. How where do you want to be in 5 years? How are we going to get there? The budget process, I'm in tune to that. I understand the big muscle movements and getting a budget through. But I'm also loyal. I'm loyal to my boss. You'll not find a more loyal servant to a boss than you'll have of me. And I believe good subordinates solve their boss's problems. That is a culture that I demanded of my soldiers. I demand of myself. And I think ultimately benefit the organization here. I mean, communication.
I have one quick follow-up question.
Okay, yes, sir.
I noticed that you graduated from the University of Nevada in 1986, and then you went to police officer in 1998. What you do during that 12-year period, I looked through your application. I was kind of curious what you did for those 12 years.
Oh, Your Honor, I was active duty Army.
Okay, that's what I figured.
Yep. My last duty station was in beautiful Barstow, California.
Trust me, I spent a year at Barstow. That was my first assignment as a first lieutenant in basically desert warfare back during the Vietnam War. So I spent a year at Barstow. So
Still hot.
it's still hot. You used to be able to fry an egg on the sidewalk during the summer. So
Yes, and then when I was assigned there, I tested for renal police. The Army was drawing down. You can see it, and I wanted to be a police officer. I mean, it was something I wanted to do. I think the first time I ever saw a state trooper with a Smoky Bear hat. I think most kids will probably tell you that. But I knew I wanted to get into law enforcement, and our Reno Police tested, and they ultimately gave me the call, and I left the Army and got into law enforcement.
okay, thank you. And thank you for your service additionally on behalf of us. And thank you for interviewing today. We appreciate it very much.
No, I appreciate that as well. I mean, I just can't tell you how much. Listen, this is the stakeholders here, and I really believe this. I believe in, and I don't want to oversell it, but as I said early on when I the first question, I understand you can't. Not everybody's going to be locked up. We know that. I know that. I knew that early on, and I've been on the receipt. I provided clients to at least the judges and the DA for almost 23 years. I did that. But on the flip side, I've seen these men and women come out, and I've interacted with them, some of them, and those who are successful in the program, and I've had them thank me when you're running these people. Thank you for getting me into the programs that have ultimately helped me turn my life around. And boy, that took me back in a good way. I said, okay, there's a way that you can stay out of jail, provide for your family, and get your act together and live a long, prosperous life without some of these stigmas, following you around and preventing you from growing personally and professionally. So,
Thank you again.
you're welcome, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you all very much for your time.
We're going to go ahead and take a 5-minute break. I always say 5 minutes, knowing this is more important. Good morning.
Good morning.
Sit down, get comfortable, and
I had some application or some resume stuff. Would you mind if I hand it out to each one?
that's fine, I guess. We have them.
There's some stuff I might have added to it because I had one person that wasn't able to put a note reference in because his father passed away.
And you feel free to remove your mask if you want or anything else. And we've been starting by introducing ourselves just for the record, even though I know you know everybody. Starting at the far right, we'll start with the sheriff.
Thank you, Justin. Sheriff Furlong with the Sheriff's Office.
Tom Armstrong, Judge, Carson City Justice Court, Department 1.
Judge Russell, First Judicial District Court.
Kristen Lewis, Justice Court, Department 2.
Jason Woodbury, DA.
Manager.
I want to make sure, we need a copy of this uploaded to the public material. I don't know if you have an extra. Okay. Yeah, okay, sounds good.
This was an add-on that we didn't have, so I think most of it was contained in the original application with that. But Sheriff, you ready to go ahead and get us started?
Okay. Mr. Reba, the first question that we have for you is, what do you see as the role of alternative sentencing in the court system? And when answering this question, please provide your philosophy and goals of pretrial and post-sentencing supervision.
All right, thank you very much. I see our role with the alternative sentencing and the courts as one that we work together. We need to build relationships with the courts. We need to be transparent amongst the courts and know what the needs of each judge, what they want to see from us, and where we see deficiencies in our department or working well with misdemeanor treatment court or mental health court, and knowing the role of how we can assist these individuals that are going through this probation time and help them succeed with their program by helping them get into the counseling programs that they need to get to, and assisting them along the way with maybe life skills and job skills and anything that we can help them be more successful at their program. And then ultimately, if it comes down to it, and we need to incarcerate them or enforce the conditions set forth by the court, then we would, at that point, enforce those conditions and provide the court with a detailed record of why this person needs to be incarcerated rather than rehabilitated, and let the court make their decision on where that person should go at that point. I feel that in the pretrial role, we work really hard and try to let that person, give them the chances and notify them of their upcoming court dates and help them, assist them to the courts and assist them with their attorneys and assisting them, giving the phone numbers and doing home visits and meeting with them and helping them succeed as much as they can. Because ultimately, these are members of our community and they need to get as much success in this program as possible so that they can succeed through this program and be productive citizens in our society. Hopefully I answered the question fully.
I get question number two, and basically, The qualifications in the announcement indicated that basically education and experience equivalent to a bachelor's degree in criminal justice, psychology, or a closely related field, and 6 years of law enforcement experience, 3 years of which were in a supervisory role. Additionally, NRS 411A100 indicated that you must have at least 5 years' experience with an increased level of responsibility in the field of law enforcement, corrections, or supervision of persons on probation, parole, or pretrial, or pre-sentencing in respect to that. Can you tell us what your experience then, from an education standpoint? I noticed that your education major was graphic communications and it wasn't in criminal justice. Is that correct?
That is correct. I started here 11 years ago as a deputy, or from a deputy to an officer. In that time, I have worked hard to move myself into supervisory roles such as field training officer and range master. I felt it was hard because the structure of our department, you're either a chief or you're an Indian. There's not a lot of movement there. So I've worked really hard in the past 11 years to exceed what I could, and I went back to post and I got my intermediate, I got my advanced post, I got my supervisory post, that was a big one, and a lot of work and something I was pushing for a goal. I've moved myself to try to become a range master and try to be a field training officer so I could pass on my knowledge and mentor the people that I work with from a day-to-day basis and instill the institutional knowledge of this department onto these individuals. And I spent a lot of time trying to build my reputation and my professionalism within the confines of like post and training and that realm. And I know I don't have a bachelor's in criminal justice, but I feel that what I do have says a lot for how much time I put into training the past.
Have you ever been involved in the hiring, firing, or disciplining action of any employees?
Outside of law enforcement, I have been, but in law enforcement, no, I have not.
How about in your application, I'm just asking this because I noticed it said under your probation officer, you said you supervised 11. What 11 employees have you supervised?
I'm the lead field training officer, and I developed the field training program that we have, that we use currently to this day. I went to field training school and got certified in that, and I rebuilt our whole program. And the past 11 officers that have worked for this department, I supervised them. I trained each and every single one of them.
Judge Armstrong?
Please describe your experience in developing and administering courthouse security.
In courthouse security, I mean, we do it from a day-to-day basis. We're always constantly making sure that the courthouse is secure. I've worked as a bailiff for numerous judges and filled in at time to time. And courthouse security is a huge, it's an area that we have to be on, especially in today's climate. I know from working as a district court bailiff and filling in that you come in and then you check your courtroom. Make sure you're checking everything, check under seats, and check where individuals will be sitting and find if something was left there overnight. I'm always vigilant in my job when I walk into the courthouse every day. I'm always looking around. I'm watching the people that are outside the courthouse, and I'm watching if something was moved and if something may have been misplaced. Always making sure that in roles and in times in the past when Judge Tatro had his incident where the person that the judges are safe and we're checking on them when we go in the back and make sure that they're making it into their courtrooms protected and safe. Also, on our day-to-day basis as an alternative sentencing officer, I'm making sure that the people, the bailiffs and the marshals, if they need any assistance, that we're there to assist and work with them and make sure that everything that the courthouse has in place is safe. As the lead range master, I'm always making sure that our people are up to date on their range training and their shooting, and their guns are properly stored and put away where they need to be, and we're not leaving guns open or weapons out in the open. And we're working on stuff. In my training, I've set up mock courtrooms out in the range, and I've had marshals and bailiffs pretend like we're in court and we're going to have an incident, and they have to shoot from a seated position, or they have to shoot from under a table, or we do no shoot stuff, so that kind of like dignitary protection stuff, so that to make sure that safety is our number one goal.
Judge Lewis?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Do you have any experience in developing and administering a budget?
Not in law enforcement, but prior to law enforcement, I worked in construction, and I was a project superintendent for a company. I oversaw millions of dollars of assets in that company. I had to build my planning, my daily plans, and I had to meet certain goals at that company. Certain times you have to meet and you have to pay your subcontractors, so you have to make sure your projects are on time and you're meeting those goals. When I worked there, I oversaw the building of tract homes and custom homes. When building a tract home, I knew my budget because there could only be so many options in that. So it was easy to make sure that my projects hit their goals on the calendar. But when you were building a custom home, you had to build a relationship with the individuals that are paying you to build that custom home. And there might be times where I have a meeting with those individuals, and they decide that they want to put a big option in their house. So I'd have to go through their budget and make sure that the planning would allow them to be able to put that option in. And if it did not allow, then I had to have the reputation with them and the trust to tell them, I'm sorry, but your budget does not allow to put this into this house, or we have to change your budget and we have to rebuild it so that if you want this, we got to take something out. And back then, I built a lot of trust with these individuals. I was in my 20s when I was doing this, and I was overseeing a lot of money and a lot of building. I was the project superintendent in Reno, Fernley, and in Fallon.
Okay. So I have a couple follow-up questions that I want to ask you. You work with the Department of Alternative Sentencing now. You're familiar with the staffing levels. You've also been through this past year with COVID. There might be some budget shortfalls. If you were in the position of chief, how would you go about addressing a budget if it's not what you want it to be, with the staffing levels that you have and the responsibilities that need to be carried out to support everything that the Department of Alternative Sentencing does? How would you prioritize? What would you do?
First thing, you have to prioritize. First thing is you got to build relationships with each and every one of you guys. I have to get and see where your guys' priorities are. Our first priorities are if they were specialty courts. Well, then I got to make sure that I have the officers to do that. I got to go through and I got to decide what has more priority and what doesn't have more priority. If it's officers, then I have to figure out where I need those and allocate the money towards that. Also, I got to build relationships with finance. And I know some people in finance, and I'd be able to go to them and say, this is where I'm at. How do I build my budget? Can you please help me with this? I've also built a really good relationship with the chief of Douglas County, Chief Doan, and she's going through the same thing right now. And that was one of her biggest issues, was becoming a chief and taking over the budget. And she's relayed to me that if you did get this job, that she would definitely be willing to help me and assist me if I ever had any questions in building a budget. But ultimately, it comes down to prioritizing what's the most important aspect what you need. And I understand it's building relationships with each and every one of you so that I would be able to assist and be able to send the needs of our department out to assist each and every person here, and fill the mission of the department as good as we can. I understand that right now, under COVID, we do have a lot of constraints and stuff, but I think if you think ahead and you plan ahead in the department and you think towards the future, like I have a few ideas that you could think of, like bringing in a kiosk machine so that maybe we don't need so many people coming to the window or so many people in the building at a time, or building in our text messaging system right now so that I can send it out to the probationers and let them know ahead of time that, hey, this is what we got going on. You need to be at court on this day, or you need to be in our office for monthly reporting on this day. So a lot of it is kind of trying to plan and think into the future so that we could at times be able to scale back our office and protect our budget, because it ultimately we need to work within our confined budget and work together as a whole.
Thank you.
District Attorney Woodbury?
Thank you. Please describe your experience with grants, specifically finding grants, writing grants, and grant administration.
I don't have a lot of experience with grants. That would be something that I would definitely like to push myself in the future to. I know that our department has 2 individuals that have been to grant writing class, and I would use those assets at this time until I was able to better educate myself in the grant field. But the grants are something that I've always wished and I wanted to be able to push forward. I know that when I was a sheriff's deputy, I remember talking with Danny Gonzalez, and he was very big with grants, and he knew a lot about them, and he kind of gave me some insight into the grants and trying to get maybe patrol cars on grant stuff. And years ago, I was working a lot with the Washoe Tribal Police, and I know that they did a lot of grant funded stuff and got patrol cars on grants. Some of these things, and I think right now would be a huge thing because of our constraints with our budget, that if we could get grants and be able to alleviate some of the budget from the taxpayers and be able to get some of this funding that is out there. I know there's a lot of COVID funding right now that they're helping with certain things, and we have to be able to fit that role. And I think like one thing I was thinking of that I got some information from another alternative sensing is that they're using these PBT machines that you sync with your cell phone, and then the people call in and they have to video themselves, and you could use that and get those on a grant. And I think those might be able to be purchased under a COVID grant, because we're not having people coming face to face now, because we would be allowed to have them PBT from their homes or from their work, and allow to alleviate, kind of going back to some of the other stuff, the traffic coming into the court and help with the COVID issues that we're constrained with right now.
Nancy?
Please describe your experience working with bargaining units.
Well, as you very well know, Nancy, that I was our vice president of our association at one point, and the last 2 bargaining contracts that our department has gone, I've been part of. I worked with, a few years ago, I worked with Martin Hale, and we presented our bargaining unit to the city, and that was our first bargaining unit that we ever had as alternative sensing in history of our department. I feel that we presented ourselves very well at that, and then we worked with the city, and we understood what our department's confines were and where we needed to be. And we didn't go in asking for things in the moon, because we knew we're small. We're not going to be able to get this stuff. We're just building this stuff up. Let's get stuff that works on. Mainly, it's our biggest issue is safety. I like to work on safety. about 3.5 years ago now, Nancy, I think it was, we were at the table and we went for our second negotiation. And I believe we worked very well with the city. We finished our negotiations in one day, and we were able to, I feel that we didn't ask for a lot, and I feel that we worked very well with the city and with our chief in working on what was safety aspects. Well, we walked away with that negotiation with the two-man visit. And that's something that is near and dear to my heart because I've been here for 11 years. I've been out on the street. I've been working with all these probationers. And back when I was a single-man home visit, I had to rely on the sheriff's deputies and build that relationship and that trust with them so that they would come and assist me if I ever found myself in trouble, which at few times I did. And I think the bargaining units, it's just my knowledge of the department and the inner workings of this department. I think did really well in building the contract that we have today. And I know that we're coming up on a new contract, but I think that the contract that we have right now says a lot, and I think it says that we did our homework on the department, and we understood what the department needs were. And on the new one, I don't see a lot of change. If there might be some little bit of change, but we got a really good contract last time, and I think we worked really well with the city.
Judge Armstrong?
Please tell us about a time when you had to develop an important policy for your organization. How did you include the employees in the policy development? And how did you communicate the approved policy to the employees?
One that comes to mind is a few years ago, we were in court, and our PBT standards were being challenged in court by an attorney. At that time, our PBT calibrations, we weren't calibrating our PBTs at all. I knew this to be a big deficiency. I went back to my supervisors at the time and I said, this is something that we need to work on. We need to be calibrating these PBTs. We need to know that they are true and accurate when we are solely taking people into custody based on that PBT number. I got the go-ahead. I was able to work with the sheriff's office and talk to the individuals that were doing their calibrations at that department, and they told me what I needed to do and where I needed to go. Ultimately, I needed to go to the Washoe Crime Lab because they're the agency that oversees the PBT calibrations in the Northern Nevada area, and I was able to get with Culver Sarai, and she was the head at that time of the PBTs. She was able to get me certified in calibration of our preliminary breath tests machines. And I went in and she gave me all the NRS, the Nevada Revised Statutes on that. And I was able to build our program that we use today off of that. We calibrate our PBTs now once a month. And then once a year, we meet with Washoe Crime Lab, and they get calibrated under 3 different test solutions at Washoe Crime Lab. At that point, I built the record-keeping system that we had, and it's all tracked on the computers, and it can be at any time an attorney wants, or the district attorney's office or the defense want to know what a PBT calibration was for the past years since I did that, we can pull it up and I can give it to them. I was the custodian of a record over that. Since then, and that's still the one we're using today, since then, Officer Ashley Miller came to us, and she was the PBT calibrator for the Nevada Parole and Probation. So I've since handed it over to her, and then anytime she has any needs or questions about it, we get together and we go over that. But it ultimately came down to that our department had a deficiency And we were just arresting people based on a number on a machine that wasn't being calibrated. And we couldn't definitely say that that person should go to jail on that. So I saw the problem, I found the solution, and I fixed that solution. And it's something that we still use to this day, and I would stand by it.
Judge Lewis?
Thank you. Describe a time when you needed to use diplomacy and tact to maintain relations in a tension-filled situation. And there may be some follow-up questions.
Okay.
And that could be, in your day-to-day employment with other people, that could be with a supervisor, that could be with other agencies.
Uh-huh. Let's see. In my past 11 years, I feel that I use a lot of diplomacy. Something that would come to mind would be that working with the sheriff's office and building these relationships with them and their deputies. Recently there was I got called upon to work on a case over at the juvenile court and help out the marshal over there, or the bailiff over there, on a case where they were going to remove a child from the parents inside a court. I was able to assist in that, and no incidents happened. And then later on, I went on with my duties throughout the day. And later on, I heard a call for a sheriff's deputy being called to a residence to assist the Child Protective Services. I believe I looked in my MDC, and I found out that was the same incident, same people that were at the courthouse earlier. I called that sheriff's deputy, and I told him, I need to meet with you prior to you going to this residence because I have information that you need to know for your safety. I met with the deputy, and I advised him of what had happened earlier in the court, and that he might be walking into a dangerous situation, that the parents were pretty upset, as any parent would be, because they just lost their children. That deputy agreed with me, and we were able to come up with a plan, and he asked me to stay along with him and go with him to this residence. We went together, and we met with Child Protective Services. We went into that residence, and the father was very upset, and we were able to de-escalate the situation and calm and use some empathy and understanding and calm the father down so that he knew that we were there respectfully and we were trying to assist, and we weren't passing any judgment on him. By the end of the incident, the father was sitting down, he was calm, he was able to talk to us in a calm manner, and the CPS was very comfortable being able to get the belongings for the children that they needed. And even the father even said to us, he's like, I understand you guys are just doing your job, and you're not here to in any negative way. That said a lot, because I know I'm there as a representing the courthouse. I'm representing the city. I'm representing, many times people don't understand the blue uniform from a green uniform. And I'm representing the sheriff's department. And things that I may do might have fallout on each and every one of you. So I knew that I saw something coming. I knew to use some diplomacy and talk with this deputy and give him the information prior to something happening and be able to de-escalate this situation. And ultimately, it worked out perfectly, and we were able to leave. And I think the family felt a lot better about the situation, even though it was a bad situation. And we were able to go on about our days safely.
Can you give me an example of a time when you've used diplomacy or communication to either improve morale within your department or to address tension within your department?
Well, as a field training officer, I know our department we've had times where the morale is low. And I always try to instill upon my trainees and each and every single trainee I've had that just to act in a professional manner and to push professionalism and respect and trust. And that's the way I am. So I try to earn the trust and the respect of my trainees, of my fellow coworkers, my peers. And I've done that pretty much with every single trainee I've had. I've worked really hard to convey that I respect them and that they respect me. I had an incident at one point with one of my trainees who was a 30-year veteran of a big agency, and he had retired from them, and he came to work for our department. He was having an issue with transmissions over the radio. He would speak really fast, and he would speak really in a high-pitched voice. And he had no problems at that other agency, but when he came to our agency, the dispatchers it would alert their senses when he would talk on the radio, and we all felt the same too. I heard from a few sheriff's deputies that their ears would perk up when he got on the radio. So I addressed this with him a few times, and then one day I received a phone call from the dispatch supervisor who said, it's becoming a problem, we need to address this. So I sat down with this individual, and I had to confront him and tell him that what he's doing is, it's perking everybody's ears up. Everybody thinks you're in trouble. We got to work on slowing your talk down, slowing your pitch, and get your message out. He became really defensive at that point, and I believe he said to me that I'm a 30-year veteran, and you're a young kid, and I know more than you do. And at that point, I had to put my supervisory hat on, and I had to tell him that you're acting unprofessionally, and what I'm saying to you is it's a deficiency right now, and I'm trying to help you and make you a better officer here at this department, because I understand that you might have worked good at that department, but there's flags are being raised over here. We had to end training that day after that, because we were just weren't seeing.
Move you along a little bit. I think
Okay.
you explained it very detailed.
Right.
I'm just trying to get us through this. So District Attorney Woodbury?
Please describe your management style and the knowledge, skills, and abilities you believe are required for successful leadership. When answering, please include an example or examples of when you felt you led by example, what you did in that instance, and how others reacted.
I believe the biggest thing of my management style is, like I've said before, I like to build on trust. As a field training officer and training each and every person, I like to know that I know what I'm talking about. I've been working here at this department. I've worked for 11 years. I've built the knowledge of this department, and I like to instill that into my trainees that I train and the people that I work with. I've stepped up numerous times, and even not as a leader with the leadership title, I've stepped up as a leader, and I've helped people, and people have turned to me and come to me with trusting that I have that information, and I'm able to pass that information on to them. It's happened numerous times. I get calls from the sheriff's office and asking about how do we work together, or how does all-term sensing handle this? Or a lot of times with the SET team, I'll have to explain our roles of alternative sentencing and how we're there to assist these people, and we need to work together and in a role to assist these people, maybe not so much to incarcerate them, but I need to assist them in getting them into counseling. And the big one that I work with now is Don Gibson over at the MOST team, because his role at the MOST is almost the exact same role that we have at All-Term Sensing, to have compassion towards these people and assist them into the programs that they need and only incarcerate them if need be. I hope I answered all the questions. I can't remember.
I think you did. I'm satisfied.
Thank you.
Sheriff Furlong?
Okay. Mr. Reba, why do you want this job? And why are you the best candidate?
Well, I believe I am the best candidate for this position because I grew up here in Carson City. I decided to raise my family within this community and the people that I live in with. I built my career here in Carson City. I believe in alternative sentencing. I believe that the work that I have done in the past 11 years, that I actually have helped people, and I've helped this community. As an officer, I went above and beyond the regular roles of an alternative sentencing officer, and I volunteered for leadership positions as FTO, range master, and taken on extra tasks. Through knowing the department's inner workings, I've built trust amongst my peers, my coworkers, my fellow law enforcement agencies at the sheriff's office. And I've been a role model to the people that I've worked around. And I feel that I lead by example. But ultimately, as an officer, that's all I could do. I didn't have the authority to ensure that the people I trained or people I worked with will always have compassion and professionalism. But as the chief of alternative sentencing, I will have that authority, and I will ensure that Department of Alternative Sentencing will have honesty, integrity, will have professionalism within this community. We will have compassion with the people that we supervise.
Nancy?
Is there any additional information we should know about you or your ability to perform the job duties successfully that we may have missed?
No, I think you guys have touched a lot on it. I just want to thank you guys, and I do want to tell you that this, I believe, is the biggest interview that I've ever had in my career. And I feel that I am ready to work together as a team and work with each and every one of you. And I want to build this department into something that I would be proud of, and that I feel that each one of you guys would be proud of, and proud to work with me and proud to work with our team and build a relationship amongst this community, because ultimately we're all working towards the same exact goal, and we all need to work together and build this community up.
Well, thank you for coming. Thank you for applying and everything else. We appreciate it very much.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. You guys have a good day.
Keep going, or you want to take a short?
Keep going.
Huh?
I'll defer. I'm ready. I can go either way.
I'd rather keep going. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning.
Have a seat. You're welcome to remove the mask if you like. It's up to you. We feel there's a sufficient safe distance and everything else, so we feel comfortable. We've been starting these off just by having everybody introduce themselves. We'll start way to the right with
There we go. Sorry about that. I apologize. Sheriff Furlong with the Sheriff's Office in Carson.
Nice to meet you.
Good morning, Tom Armstrong, Carson City Justice Court Judge, Department 1.
Good morning.
Judge Russell, First Judicial District Court.
Good morning.
Kristen Lewis, Justice Court, Department 2.
Good morning.
Morning.
Jason Woodbury, DA.
Nice to meet you.
Good to meet you.
Nancy Paulson, Carson City Manager.
Nice to meet you.
First of all, thank you for applying. We appreciate it very much, and obviously it's always an interesting process you go through in respect to these things, so we appreciate you applying. First question goes to Sheriff Furlong.
Okay. Ms. Stone, what do you see as the role of alternative sentencing in the court system? And when answering this question, please provide your philosophy and goals of pretrial and post-sentencing supervision.
Would you mind repeating that question, please? And I'm going to take notes. I hope that's okay.
What do you see as the role of alternative sentencing in the court system? When answering this question, please provide your philosophy and goals of pretrial and post-sentencing supervision.
I believe the role of the Department of Alternative Sentencing in our judicial system is critical. My philosophy is that our responsibility is not only to ensure public safety and the safety of the citizens in our community, but also to ensure that the clients that we're serving are protected and safe as well. My philosophy is also that we should be leaders and pioneers in alternative sentencing, not only to reduce the recidivism, but to show our community that we value giving our citizens a second chance at being successful, and that we see that success through. My goals for the Department of Alternative Sentencing are to build relationships with not only the different specialty court programs, but also some of our constituents in our community, to include resources, advocacy groups, maybe faith-based organizations, any of the resources that tie in and will help our programs be successful. I was fortunate enough yesterday to meet a woman who currently works with housing, and I learned that she's critical in the program because she not only provides housing for the members that are currently on suspended sentences, specifically for the specialty court programs, but she also opens it up for other citizens and members of our community who need housing and have a safe place to live as well. So in referencing pretrial and post-supervision, I believe that maintaining recidivism numbers low is a huge priority, but also ensuring that our citizens and the clientele that we serve are protected, and that we're giving them all the tools to be successful and giving them a second chance.
I get the second question, and that my question is, kind of goes to the fact that under the application, it was required, you were required to have an equivalent of a bachelor's degree in criminal justice, psychology, or a closely related field, and 6 years of law enforcement experience, and 3 years of which were in a supervisory role. And additionally, NRS 211A 100 requires must have at least 5 years of experience with an increasing level of responsibility in the field of law enforcement, corrections, or supervision of persons on probation, parole, or pretrial. I do note from your application that you have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
How about in respect to the supervision aspect in regards to your employment and everything, supervising people, hiring, firing, disciplinary experience in that area?
Yes, so I've been a sergeant of the Reno Marshal Division for the last 5 years, and with that position, I'm considered the second in command, so the next position above me would be the chief. And my role as a sergeant is to oversee all of the programs, to include pretrial, general supervision, which is
individuals that are on a suspended sentence, like informal probation, and then to also oversee all of our specialty court programs, and to ensure that the officers are not only adhering to policy and procedure and laws, but also ensuring that, they are within best practices, following the models for the specialty courts, being good leaders in our department, not only with the public, but with each other, and following our vision that we have set up.
You've been involved in the hiring, though, or firing of people?
I have. I've sat on quite a few interview panels and have been privileged to have that opportunity to kind of scout out the best of the best, so to speak. And when it comes to progressive discipline, I've had to take that role on as well. That's included maybe some coaching, some verbal discussion. Sometimes it's included written reprimand. I have included and imposed what's called a performance improvement plan that's outlined maybe if there's been any deficiencies, what the deficiencies are, giving them ample time to work on that, and then leading up to termination as well.
Judge Armstrong?
Will you please describe your experience developing and administering courthouse security?
In my current position, I haven't officially developed any type of courtroom security procedure, so to speak. However, we meaning myself and the staff, we meet every morning. We have briefing every morning. And as things come up, if there's any deficiencies or maybe some new ideas of how we can improve our courthouse security, I will then present those ideas and goals to the chief, and then he will make the final determination, and then the judges will, either approve or disapprove those ideas. Administering court security is a crucial part of my job. I have to ensure that not only the staff is safe, varying from law enforcement to the clerk's office, to the judicial staff and their assistants, to the staff that works there, but also the public. And that encompasses, we have a security bubble, so to speak, so a security area, and we've all been trained in the cameras, the monitoring, dispatching if there's any type of emergencies. All of the workstations in courtrooms have emergency panic buttons, and so we've learned to operate the security central control. We work very closely with Washoe County Sheriff's Office, and we monitor their frequency, so if there's ever an emergency in the building, they're aware of it. And in addition to that, we do building searches off time, not when people are there, but we work on evacuation protocols and procedures and run through that a few times a year.
You can correct my understanding. Are there multiple agencies responsible for courthouse security where you work? Justice, municipal, district court, or is it consolidated? So I can have a better understanding of what your role in that is.
Sure. It's not consolidated, so at the municipal court, we're in the Mills Lane building, and it's kind of separated. So we have municipal court marshals on one side, we have Reno Justice Court bailiffs on the other side. We have a private company that runs the initial security screening process in the front, which is at Allied Universal, and then district court utilizes the Washoe County Sheriff's Office. So we all work really close with one another so that if ever there's an issue, that's communicated and then we work together. Sure.
Judge Lewis?
Good morning.
Okay. Describe your experience developing and administering a budget. And if you could explain as you do that, what the budget size was and the process you used. And how would you handle a budget shortfall? I'll just go ahead and put it all out there. How would you handle a budget shortfall given your staffing levels and the priorities that you need for your department?
I'm sorry, I'm writing all this down.
That's okay.
In my current position, again, I haven't had an opportunity to develop or present any type of budget where I'm at. My experience has typically been, we have, $2,000 for training, make it last throughout the year. And so I'm real cautious as to how we do allocate that spending, or if we need a uniform or any type of equipment. That's been my experience as far as trying to adhere to a budget, requesting money if we need more things. And again, the chief is the one that will have the ultimate say if we're allowed to do that. However, if given the opportunity to manage a budget, one of the first things I would educate myself is, where does our budget come from? How much money are we allocated fiscally per year? Are there any cost-saving measures that I could take? And are we under budget? Is there maybe an area that we might be deficient, and request more money that way? If there was a shortfall, I would have to prioritize based on the needs of the department and the entities that we work with. So if we had to cut corners, I would look at training, make that a priority, and I guess without really knowing all of the details of how a budget works, just see how it would impact the staff and the clients that we serve. I don't know if that answered the question completely.
I think it did. Thank you.
Thank you.
District Attorney Woodbury?
Thank you. Please describe your experience with grants, including finding and writing grants, as well as grant administration.
I have never written a grant, and I understand it can be quite cumbersome at times depending on what you are requesting. However, I do have experience working with grants. Many of our specialty court programs have grants, and the money is typically broken up for treatment, training. There's money allocated for drug testing. Sometimes it's for housing. Sometimes it's for incentives for the participants in the program. Oftentimes, I'm required to run statistical data as far as how many tests were administered per year, how many home visits were completed, how much training did you guys get, have we used all our money? Is there anything that we need, whether it's transportation for bus passes, whatever the constraints are for that program. Currently, we have 3 grant-funded programs in our court. We just received another grant. And so I work really closely with our grant coordinator, and we meet once a month and go over, part of the requirements are intake surveys and follow-ups, and he has a really fancy spreadsheet that we get to follow and ensure that we're in compliance. And then I work with the marshals to make sure that we're collecting all the data that they need and adhering to the grant requirements as well.
Just a quick follow-up. Have you been involved in that capacity since you've been a sergeant, or when did that start?
We got our first grant when I was still a marshal, and that was for our co-occurring disorders program. And that was really unique because I had never worked kind of in that arena as far as having a certain amount of money allotted where the court could pay for treatment and the court could provide transportation and help out. And so that opened my eyes to a lot of opportunities that we really hadn't seen before. And now I'm on the other side where I have to make sure that we are in adherence to everything that the grant requirements request.
Have any of those grants ever been audited?
Not to my knowledge. Our specialty court coordinator, she's the one that, if we did get audited, she'd be the one that would handle that. So, sure.
Nancy?
Please describe your experience working with bargaining units. Have you ever participated in contract negotiations?
We don't have a bargaining unit where I'm at, so unfortunately, I don't have a lot of experience. I understand the philosophy and the concept behind the bargaining unit. Typically, they advocate for their department the needs, sometimes the wants of what the officers prefer, what they need. And they'll go into negotiations, and sometimes they get what they want and need, sometimes they don't, and then they kind of hit the ground running and redevelop different strategies and approaches.
Thank you. Judge Armstrong?
Can you please tell us about
Can you please tell us about a time when you had to develop an important policy for your organization? How did you include the employees in the policy development? And how did you communicate the approved policy to the employees?
Again, currently in my role, I've never developed a policy. However, we try to review policy and briefing at least once a week. Our schedule's been kind of off because of COVID, but that was something that we would go through as a team every morning. And if there were any type of deficiencies or things were missing, we would always, I'd write everything down and present that to the chief. Recently, there's been a lot of changes, specifically with the use of force. And so we did have to go back into our policy and remove some of the verbiage and the language and modify our training program to satisfy what we were expecting of the officers.
Did you have to do anything in respect to COVID? I mean, changing your procedures or policies a little bit?
We haven't changed any of our policies. We do have unique protocol now because of COVID. And so I guess it'd be more like a general order where the employees are expected to follow, X, Y, and Z now because of COVID.
Judge Lewis?
If you could describe a time when you needed to use diplomacy and tact to maintain relationships in a tension-filled situation. If possible, I'd like an example in the extent that you're a supervisor in that supervisory capacity and/or another situation that might come up in your day-to-day work environment.
So in my supervisory capacity, there was an instance where we were debriefing a warrant arrest. And in that debrief, there was 4 officers and myself. And we always like to go over what went well, what needed improvement. It got pretty heated in that discussion because 2 of the officers began kind of attacking each other's tactics, so to speak, and what went wrong or what they thought should have been done. And my role was the mediator, and I removed both parties. We talked, everybody calmed down. They were very upset with one another, and they had been partners. They were the 2 first marshals that started there, so they had a really long history of being partners and friends. And my approach to that was you do not want to ruin a lifetime relationship over something that is opinion-based. Can we please regroup and maybe focus on the things that did work well? And so eventually, everyone calmed down a little bit. We regrouped. We focused on the things that worked. I then talked about the things that maybe we can improve for the next time. They shook hands, and everything was calmed down by the end of the shift. But that was a first for me as far as being in a supervisory capacity, trying to navigate through that and try to figure out how do I approach this so that friendships aren't ruined over something that could easily be fixed. And so that was an interesting situation for sure.
Could you please describe your management style and the knowledge, skills, and abilities you believe are required for successful leadership? In your answer, please include an example or examples of when you felt you led by example, what you did in that instance, and how others reacted.
Would you mind repeating the question, please?
Please describe your management style, as well as the knowledge, skills, and abilities that you believe are required for successful leadership. Please include an example or examples of when you felt you led by example and what you did and how others reacted.
I feel my management style is more of a leadership style, and I understand that there are different types of leadership. For me, I feel it's important to be flexible. Sometimes you need to be the leader that's in the trenches with the troops, rolls up your sleeve, and gets the job done to ensure that it's done right, everyone is safe, and get that done. Sometimes you have to sit back and make the difficult decisions. And although they may not be pleased with the decision at first, I feel that if you model that behavior, explain your expectations to the group, eventually they will understand the reasoning behind the decision that was made. Sometimes I feel that you have to be the leader that asks for help because you don't have all the answers. And by including the staff in that discussion, they have ownership then on how you move forward. And I believe that grows you as a leader as well. I feel that an important characteristic of being a good leader is showing your people that you care. And as cheesy as that sounds, I've learned, especially in my environment, that people truly value that. They don't necessarily care how much you know specifically, as long as they know you care about them. And so if they know you and they like you and they trust you, those are just building blocks of foundation of success. So I feel that's my leadership style. It's just a little bit of everything. It's fluid depending on the situation. One time when I've led by example, let me see here. I worked really hard before COVID to really engage with some of our partnering agencies like Parole and Probation, the Reno Police Department, Washoe County Sheriff's Office, to try to collaborate and build those relationships with these other law enforcement entities. And one of the things that I felt was really rewarding was when a department or an agency from Oregon reached out to the Reno Police Department to help with the warrant service. And they said, I need to get you in touch with Sergeant Stone. She's the one that you need to talk to. And so, long story short, we worked with the Oregon detectives on this case, and we apprehended the subject that they had been looking for months. And it was a win-win. Not necessarily that we found the individual, but that relationship building with another agency then developed a bigger picture, so to speak. And so for me, I felt really good about that. The team felt great. And then just having that working relationship with these other agencies, the sky's the limit. For me, it felt like it opened a lot of doors, and that built up morale, and it felt great.
Thank you.
Sheriff? Ms. Stone? Why do you want this job? Why are you the best candidate for the job?
I want this job because I believe in my career right now, I am ready to take the lead of an organization. I've been preparing for this job for almost 17 years. My whole career has been dedicated to offender monitoring, probation. I've been fortunate enough to be in the specialty court arena for the last 8 to 10 years of my career. I feel that I have a lot of really good knowledge, capabilities, and ability to bring to the table. One benefit that I see is, being someone that hasn't worked here, I'm open and receptive to change. I saw a lot of great things yesterday during that site visit, and I walked away with so many great takeaways of things that we don't really do in Reno. And so having the ability to see the differences, I think was awesome, to be honest. I felt really good when I left here yesterday. I have worked really hard on my personal and professional growth. At work, I try to mentor and be the person that I expect everybody else to be, so that when they're working on their own professional goals and development, they can say, if Stone could do it, I could do it. And I'm there. I'm available to share my knowledge with them and grow them as employees. In my personal growth, I continue to educate myself. I think that's crucial to have continuous education. A good leader never stops learning. Like I said, we don't have all the answers. And so it has been difficult with COVID and homeschooling and working a full-time job, but I managed to complete my leadership class. I received a scholarship last January, and I finally got that done 3 weeks ago, and that felt really good. And so I pushed myself to be the best version of me that I could be. And I think with all of that and my character traits, my compassion, my desire for personal and professional growth, and growing an organization, I believe I'm the best candidate for this job.
Just
Nancy?
one follow-up to that question. to that,
sure.
And just for the record, in your application process, you put down that your post-certification has expired. That's not correct, is that right?
That's not correct. That must be a typo. I apologize for that.
Thank you. I just wanted to make that for the record.
Okay.
Good catch. Thank you, Sheriff. Nancy?
Is there additional information we should know about you and your ability to perform the job duties successfully that we may have missed?
You know, I'm a humble person. I feel that I'm a good person with a good heart, with great intentions and motives. I know it's hard to really learn about someone on paper in a quick 30-minute or hour-long interview, but I can assure you that I work hard. I set a lot of goals for myself, but also for the organization that I work with. I work in a great place. I would feel that if you were to talk to anybody there, they'd have really good things to say about my work performance and how I am as a leader within the organization. I feel there's an excellent opportunity here for growth, and I have a lot that I could bring to the table, and I hope I have the opportunity to work with each and every one of you. I think there's amazing things that could be done here, and I value and respect what you have set up right now. And I just truly hope that I could be a part of that.
Thank you, and thank you for your application. Thank you for the interview and that. We appreciate it very much and respect this matter. So again, thanks for coming down.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your time. I know you guys have busy schedules, so I really appreciate you guys taking the time to look for the best candidate. Thank you. Have a wonderful day today.
I guess looking at the agenda, we're required to ask for any additional public comment.
I have no callers on the line for public comment at this time.
There is none. Does that handle it, Mr. Woodbury?
We have to do that. That has to be the last thing that we do.
The last
prior
thing we
to
do?
adjournment.
Okay, well, I guess the next thing we have to do is decide, the question I had, I was going to wait for Melanie to come back, is how many do we send on to the Board of Supervisors? My understanding, we can send 3, we can send 1 or 2, we can send anything we feel appropriate. So, Melanie, let me ask you a question. How many people do we send on to the Board of Supervisors? Can we send 3? Can we send 2? Can we just send 1 if we think that's what we want to do? Or where do we go from here?
The board requested that you recommend 3 to 5 applicants. However, I don't think they would be disappointed if you only recommend 1 or 2, depending on how you feel at this juncture. If they decide that they're not happy with either one of those applicants or those 3 or 4, they can always direct HR to reopen the recruitment or bring forth other individuals who didn't make it to the first round.
Just for my comment, I prefer to send 2, but that's up to everybody else if they want to send more than 2. That's Mr. Woodbury.
Can we maybe make that decision after some discussion to see how many we want to
can do
send
that.
on?
Do we want to go through and discuss each applicant, or how do we want to proceed? I've never done this process from the city standpoint in that, so I'd like some little feedback on what you want to do. I mean, we can go through and discuss each applicant, and I'm prepared to do that in respect to that, and not in a negative capacity at all or anything else. Just, I think there's two that I think are very, very qualified, in my opinion, and some that may not be as qualified based upon my notes and the information I received, so. Ms. Lewis?
I'm wondering if maybe we want to see what everybody's ranking is, and then that might narrow down what our
We
discussions are.
can do that. We can go through and fill in the rankings if you want. We have a sheet. We can go rank them in order 1 to 5. You want to do that? Okay, let's all do that. Somebody to keep track of this, or what do we do? Then go through how we've ranked each one of them, find out everybody did, or what?
I can keep track of it if
You
you'd
want us
like.
to hand you ours?
Sure, if you want to.
Why don't we hand you ours, and then you can determine who the top 2 or 3 are?
We have to deliberate on the record.
Oh, we have
I'm
to
afraid.
deliberate
Yeah,
on,
we have to.
okay.
I mean, you can hand them, we can hand them to
Well, that's
Melanie,
right. We'll
but
hang
she
on
would
to
have
it.
to disclose it.
Who we're voting, or not voting, who we're indicating? Okay.
Yeah.
You want to go ahead and take the lead? or-
Oh, sure.
And if you're putting yourself out there.
Yeah. No, I appreciate that, Judge, and this is, I mean, the interview is certainly the hardest part, but this part is just as hard when you have, multiple candidates who have obviously put a lot of effort and a lot of time and a lot of investment in their career in this, and, some people walk away with hurt feelings, and I feel, sometimes that's a hard thing to do. But here's how I looked at it. I think in a healthy organization, and I do think that the Department of Alternative Sentencing is a healthy organization, when you have internal candidates who are highly qualified, that sets kind of a bar that an external candidate has to really go above and beyond what you think you get with an internal candidate. And I do, I consider Ms. Gonzalez an internal candidate because she has been with the department. In her current function, she works very closely with the department, this position, it's just such a jack of all trades. I mean, it's a little bit law enforcement, it's a little bit social worker, it's a little bit administrator, and what I really like about Ms. Gonzalez's background is I think she can manage that jack of all trades. I also factored in that we've got 2 candidates who live in Carson City. And it's not dispositive by any means, and shouldn't be. But that matters to me. And so I want to disclose that I did factor that in. And that's what led me to conclude that Ms. Gonzalez was my top candidate. I had Mr. Guthrie ranked as my second candidate. I had Ms. Stone ranked as my third candidate, and I had Mr. Reba ranked as my fourth candidate. I would be willing to send on all 4 to the board if that's this panel's desire, but I think the top 3 at least should go on to the board.
You want to proceed, Nancy, or do you want to go next, or?
I was pretty much right in line with Mr. Woodbury, and do I have to do the ranking in order, or just the top 3 that, I just do the top 3?
Well, I just received a text from the deputy city manager who said that the mayor would prefer that you send 3 applicants in ranked order.
Okay.
Okay.
So I would do Ms. Stone as the first, number one, and then Malaya Gonzalez, number two, and then Timothy Guthrie, number three.
Judge Lewis?
Okay, before I indicate my ranking, I guess I want to state on the record what my reasoning was or what I looked at as far as our candidates. And I agree with Mr. Woodbury. I think internal knowledge of the department is important, and I think that was an asset to some of the candidates in terms of the questions that were posed to them as well as how they answered those questions. Ms. Stone made me feel that external experience from away from the department would be beneficial too, because it's an opportunity to look at how we're doing things and where we want to go. And I really liked her education background in terms of the criminal justice and sociology background. And she seems to have a working knowledge of the types of things that we do. So I thought even as an external candidate, she brought an awful lot to the table. And I was really impressed with how she answered each question. So my ranking takes into account those factors, and I guess the recognition from even the officers that work in the department as to what the department's needs are, and even if they weren't in a supervisory capacity, the extent to which they have taken steps to support the department. So my ranking is I've got Marlena Stone as first, I've got Tim Guthrie as number two, and I've got Malaya Gonzalez as number three.
Sheriff? Always afraid to go first. Thank you, Jason. Wow, this was phenomenal, and congratulations. I appreciate it. This was a phenomenal board. I actually ranked all of these people very, very closely in my methodology of going through it. I think that it's very important that you have a good, strong understanding of the alternative sentencing program. I think that several of them displayed that knowledge and that experience. I ranked in that top three, which I strongly support, that we just send the top three, which has already been instructed. But I've in complete agreement. Malaya Gonzalez, Tim Guthrie, and Marlena Stone all ranked in that top three in my.
Thank you. Judge Armstrong?
Thank you, Judge. I was looking for someone that understood the role of alternative sentencing and its complicated role, relationship to the courts, relationship to the sheriff's department, relationship to the community, that jack of all trades kind of thing that was already brought up. I have, and I felt like, based upon the interviews and the questions, just kind of short, looking at that and plugging in what I was focused on, is I have Timothy Guthrie for one, and I actually have Marlena Stone and Malaya Gonzalez both ranked as two, so 2A. I felt like I was staring at them trying to find a way to put one ahead of the other, and I felt like each one had strengths that kind of fit where the other one maybe didn't have those strengths. But they're overall, in my opinion, equally strong candidates. I'd be willing to send all three of those candidates to the board.
Thank you. Well, my opinion is similar, very similar in respect to that. Again, I thought Ms. Stone had the best answers, I'll be honest with you. She was very articulate. She was the one who at least answered the questions. Now, sometimes we didn't get answers to questions. We got kind of a broad field and things going a different way. And so in Tim Guthrie, I think Tim obviously knows the department. He understands a lot of the things, and I thought that was good. Ms. Gonzalez showed a lot of passion. I mean, hers was passion for Carson City, passion for everything else. So again, I ranked probably Ms. Stone and Guthrie and Gonzalez all equally. I mean, I just thought they were all pretty even from that standpoint. But if I had to pick and you had to send them up, I'd send Ms. Stone and and Guthrie as probably the top two. But that's not taking anything away from Ms. Gonzalez. I just felt that when you got down to the experience and budgets and grants and other things, there just wasn't quite as much experience there as I thought the others had. So that's where I am. That help you?
Well, someone will need to make a motion ranking the top three, ranking the individuals.
I'll make that motion.
Okay.
Perfectly comfortable doing it.
Go ahead.
I make a motion that we send applicant Timothy Guthrie, applicant Malaya Gonzalez, and applicant Marlena Stone to the final interview phase for selection for the alternative sentencing chief's position.
I'll second that.
Do you want to put them in a ranked order, or was that your ranked order?
I would prefer not to. I think, and that's my opinion, I guess after the motion is a discussion, I would prefer that we send all three as suitable candidates for the position.
Well, I don't know that I'm sorry. I don't mean to jump
Go ahead,
in.
Mr. Woodbury.
I don't know that we have a consensus on the ranking. It sounds like some of us have them ranked different. I mean, it sounded like it pretty much equaled out to me.
I like the suggestion of sending them all equally up there as candidates that we feel are qualified. Any of the three would be qualified unless somebody wants to change that. Ms.
No, I agree, and I have to say, I echo the comments made that I think there were some so close that it was very hard to rank, so I would agree with that.
I agree with that. So there's a motion and there was a second.
I'll second the motion as it's been made.
You understand the motion?
Yes, sir.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And any public comment now? I
We,
can do this job, you know that?
we have no callers on the line at this time for public comment.
Thank you. Well, thank you all, and thank you for HR for putting this all together. Again, it's never easy, but I thought the process went very well and appreciated the way it was handled.
Thank you.
Thank you.